Good morning and welcome to the second day of the IHE 2022, where we're discussing interregional cooperation for effective internationalization of higher education. This is the second day, and we have a day filled with very interesting sessions and esteemed speakers. Before we begin, let me just quickly remind those who were here yesterday, and for those who are joining in afresh today, we are delighted to announce calls for contribution for our 5th edition of our quality e-magazine, Symbiosis Express, in-led on the same theme that the conference is talking about. Do share this. The link is in the chat box, and we're looking for articles, opinion pieces, case studies, etc. We're also happy to launch the 2nd edition of our annual culinary book, The World Kitchen. This features recipes from Indian and international students who taught each other cuisine from their home countries. They worked in collaborative projects during the Symbiosis E-Academies that we held during the pandemic. Before I hand over to Dr. Shivali Lavale, I'm going to invite Dr. Vidya to say a few words.
Thank you, Anita. I just am here to welcome all the delegates, all the academia from across the world, and of course, India, and our esteemed speakers. I'm very, very happy with this session on knowledge diplomacy. Because this is a session which we have been discussing for several years. And we always believe that internationalization of higher education and international relations actually go hand in hand. Yesterday, Dr. Muzumdar sir spoke about this. And he also mentioned that, let us ask ourselves a question, why do we want to internationalize higher education? And that's when we come back to this whole concept of knowledge diplomacy. And India has played a major role in being kind of a soft power with so many students, foreign students who have passed out of the portals of various Indian universities and have become heads of states, diplomats, and assumed important positions. And I'm sure that has also helped the Indian government in, many strategic decisions that, across countries that may have been taken. But today we have distinguished speakers, and I'm so glad that two of our distinguished professors, Ambassador Gautam Bambawale and Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, are here, along with His Excellency Dr. Montero. So we're going to have indeed a very, enriching session, I would say. This is probably for the first time that we are discussing knowledge diplomacy on a public platform. While we teach this in our School of International Studies that Professor Shivali Lavale heads, but on a public platform, this discourse is going to be extremely interesting. So thank you very much. And Shivali, best of luck for the conduct of the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vidya. So very good morning to everyone. The session, Knowledge Diplomacy, Leveraging International Higher Education Research and Innovation to Solve Global Issues, is very timely. Today, the world faces innumerable challenges, as we are all aware, that range from climate change, forced migrations, and deglobalization, to name just a few. We believe that education, in fact, the education sector, can provide solutions to these challenges through effective partnerships and collaborations. This session is going to be a very, very interesting one. And before I request the distinguished chair, Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, to take the session forward, let me just take a minute to introduce him. Ambassador Gautam Bambawale is a career diplomat who joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1984. He was India's ambassador to Bhutan, Pakistan, and China. Ambassador Bambawale was stationed in Washington, D.C. from 2004 to 2007 during the Indo-US nuclear deal, which transformed ties between the two countries. He has been India's first Consul General in Guangzhou, so please forgive me if I've mispronounced the name of the city, from 2007 to 2009. He was also the director of the Indian Cultural Center in Berlin from 1994 to 98. Ambassador Bambawale worked in the Prime Minister's office from 2002 to 2004. At the Ministry of External Affairs, he was Joint Secretary for East Asia from 2009 to 2014. Ambassador Bambawale has dealt with China for 15 years of his 34-year diplomatic career. Currently, Ambassador Bambawale is the Distinguished Professor at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Symbiosis International University. Sir, The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction, Dr. Shivali Lovely. Well, to all the participants, let me start by saying once again a very warm welcome to what we have described in our program as track 3 of this conference over the last 2 days. And the title, as Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar rightly pointed out, the title of today's track 3 discussion is Knowledge Diplomacy, Leveraging International Higher Education, Research and Innovation to Solve Global Issues. So as all of you know, global issues, as has been pointed out, are things like the pandemic, which hit us over 2 years ago, things like global climate change, warming up of the atmosphere, etc. So these are global issues which impact every individual across the globe. Now, if we take a look at what has happened over the last 2 years, and I'm focusing entirely on the COVID pandemic, how did individual countries react to the pandemic, to the rise of COVID and the spread of COVID across the world? And the answer to that, as we all know, is very, very simple. Each and every country across the globe, and I think there are no exceptions to this, each and every country across the globe turned inward. They closed their doors. They stopped travel, both into their country and abroad from their country. They locked down cities. They locked down people. So the reaction to the pandemic was to hem each one of us, each country in, to lock your doors, to close inward, to look inward. And it was exactly the opposite of what our proposition today is, which is that knowledge diplomacy should hopefully, through leveraging international higher education, research and innovation, help solve global issues. In other words, the experience of the pandemic is that each nation tried to handle the pandemic on its own rather than cooperating with other countries. This was the initial reaction of each and every nation across the globe. This was also true where the development of new medicines, where the development of new medication, where the development of new vaccinations, inoculations against COVID-19 was concerned. Each country tried to develop inoculation, vaccination, medication for this new scourge called COVID-19 on their own. And they did not share this with others till much later down the line. So the question arises whether such a global issue as a pandemic or even climate change would be handled better through international cooperation rather than each country trying to go out on its own. And that's the big question which we're discussing today. There are also other global problems, as we have discussed, whether it is climate change or whether it is other issues, where we need to ask this question, whether we need cooperation on a global scale rather than each country trying to go on its own. So the question that this track seeks to answer is whether international higher education, research, and innovation aids knowledge diplomacy, and through it, will it foster a cooperative approach to global problems? Now, please remember that experts on this subject of knowledge diplomacy, and especially knowledge diplomacy and soft power, make a clear distinction between the two. While there is a whole degree of overlap, there is also a big distinction between the two. As all of you know, soft power is the ability of a nation, of a country, to influence the thinking of other people, other countries, other people from across the globe to its own way of looking at things. So the very clear example in today's world is that of the United States, where people who go to the US to study there become very similar to the way of thinking that exists in the United States. So international higher education, in this case, in the United States, does help in expanding the US's soft power. But knowledge diplomacy is slightly different from this soft power. Knowledge diplomacy is to foster a cooperative approach to global challenges, to international challenges. So I make this distinction between knowledge diplomacy and soft power, as most social scientists do. And let us now delve into this whole question about whether international higher education, research, and innovation can actually foster a cooperative attitude and expand knowledge diplomacy across the globe. And to discuss this very interesting subject, of course, we have two very distinguished experts. The first is, of course, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, who is India's former ambassador to Oman, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. He is also distinguished professor here at Symbiosis University, but he's joining us today from Delhi, where he lives and works. And he has very recently come out with a very interesting book on diplomacy, which I will let him talk about a little more if he does. But we have, of course, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, and then we have Ambassador Claudio Montero, who is the serving ambassador of Costa Rica to India. He too is, I believe, joining us from Delhi. But let me first give the floor to Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad. And as has been pointed out by the organizers, I have to be very strict with both of you gentlemen. You have 15 minutes each because we'd like to have a question and answer session at the end of it. So the floor is yours, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad. Your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you for the invitation to Symbiosis. Before I talk about knowledge diplomacy, let me first give an overview of the world in which we are. This is a world of competition, confrontation, and conflict. Indeed, we are experiencing a very major global conflict, which Russia has recently defined as the Third World War. There are deep divisions globally, regionally, and domestically. Regionally and globally, we have geopolitical divisions, ideological divisions. And very often these are based on identity-based contentions, where individuals and groups are asserting to gain power for the kind of grouping they have put together. This grouping could be based on race, subnationalism, faith, or what have you. But this is a period of extraordinary global contention. After 40 years of the Cold War and 30 years of the post-Cold War era, we are today poised for a significant change in world order. Why has this happened? It has happened largely because of the breakdown of globalization. Globalization for a short period had engendered a kind of cooperation. So cooperation in economic terms, in terms of movement of ideas, movement of technology, movement of information and finance, or movement of people. That has broken down. And that has broken down largely because of certain major domestic issues. Large numbers of people at home were not part of the success story engendered by globalization. But globalization also broke down because of concerns in the developed world that their monopoly over power, over global power, based on technology, finance, and information control, is now likely to be challenged. And that this challenge is coming from non-Western sources. And there was therefore a shutting down immediately of this and adoption of a confrontationist approach. Therefore, there are two reasons. There are the domestic and the global. And this is what we are contending with today. It's a very untidy, indeed anarchic global order in which we are involved today. It is in this situation that we are talking about education of knowledge diplomacy. Knowledge diplomacy is reaching out beyond borders, reaching out in terms of putting together shared paradigms of consensus. Let us see what the record has been. The record, as we have already noted, has been quite poor because the ability to share across borders is almost negligible. There is a very deep reluctance to share on equal basis. There is, of course, the buying and selling. If I have produced something of a certain value, I'm quite happy to sell it, but I will not share the technology. Sharing of technology has been of very, very limited value. Again, with regard to health, my colleague Gautam has already sketched out a record that has been extremely poor and remains poor. Large parts of the world, including Africa and Latin America, are indeed excluded almost entirely from any ameliorative action to be taken by the international community. Even with regard to climate change, which is supposed to bring all of us together on the same platform, we've already seen in the context of the Ukraine conflict that immediately we have gone back to conventional fuels and that we are facing an energy crisis directly created by the contending power of the United States. What then are we supposed to share? Values? We are being told that this ongoing conflict in the world centered around Ukraine is supposed to be the liberal order versus authoritarianism. And I'm a little bemused by this liberal order. Liberal order is a very contested territory, and there is no consensus even within countries as to what constitutes this liberal order. And when you talk of a rules-based order, which is what is expounded robustly by Washington, I've not seen Washington adopt any of the rules that they expound. They are, in fact, the greatest breaker of international order and leave behind a trail of extraordinary devastation as they go forward with immunity and devastate, destroy entire communities and civilization and put to death several 100,000 people. India, too, is passing through this crisis. What we have debates ongoing with regard to what is our identity. Who are we? What is the idea that unites all of us and makes us Indian? It is contested territory. What are our national interests? So far, we have expounded on a strategic autonomy, and yet there is a powerful movement that is pushing us into the American embrace. And then what should be the people? What kind of alignment should we have globally? Who should be our friends? Again, that is contested territory. And the robust votaries of United States affiliation are today working full-time to push us deeper and deeper into the American embrace, as if that is the magic wand that India has been wanting, has been waiting for its national salvation. Completely opposite of what is truly the ethos of India. In this context, where do we then go in terms of knowledge diplomacy? What India needs is a clarity of purpose. Who are we? What do we bring to the global table? What are the values that we have nurtured in this land of ours over several thousand years, and today have made us unique and in a position to share? There has to be clarity on this. And not only clarity, there has to be national consensus in this regard as to what makes us Indian. And once we have that, we should also have clarity of what we want to be. What is our role in world affairs? What are the resources that we are bringing? The magic wand of aligning with the West is not the answer. The West has been a global exploiter. The West has been a very dominant force for the devastation of the other. And today, let us be very clear, regardless of the terminologies used in different Western capitals, as far as they are concerned, it is the West. Have you not heard this word so frequently over the last few months, few weeks? The West. The West is settled. Western value. West this, West that. As if, therefore, it is very clear. For me, it is the assertion of the status quo, the assertion of the imperialist, colonialist powers to ensure that their global hegemony is not challenged. It is in this framework that India has to come up with certain fresh ideas. And I think these ideas are already deeply enshrined in our ethos. The ideas of what is, and these ideas are also linked with our foreign policy. What is India's strategic space? India's strategic space is Eurasia, the entire landscape of Asia and of Africa and the Indian Ocean. This is our space. It is not the West and it is not the United States. It is in this context. Where do we go from here? What is knowledge diplomacy then? And what are we then to go forward with? We have to go knowledge. Knowledge diplomacy means first acquiring knowledge. Do we have that knowledge? We have very little knowledge of our strategic space. How many of us even know the names of countries of Central Asia or the capitals of countries of Africa? We in symbiotists have every reason to be proud. Our own international studies program has imparted this knowledge very robustly over several years and produced young people who today are ranging forward, not just in India, but beyond with this knowledge base. And now this master's course that we have initiated with regard to African studies is another very significant initiative where we are going forward with knowledge diplomacy, understanding our landscape, the landscape that is crucial for us. And this is where our future lies as a nation and as a people. Now, we know the cliches are all there, and I'm embarrassed to repeat them. We should pursue excellence, we should learn best practices, etc. But none of this actually happens. Conference after conference, we give lip service to these terminologies. But there is a problem. And the problem must also be recognized that higher education is the culmination of an education process. It comes at the end. It has to undo the damage of so much other input that has already occurred and severely retarded the capacity of individuals to actually learn from best practices and pursue excellence. We are trained in conformity and mediocrity. We are trained in thinking narrowly. We are trained to focus on the person, on the individual, and of our little groups. Do we have that kind of education, and can the university correct it at the fag end of education? At the last 2 or 3 years, when we have these young people with us, we have to overnight correct all the damage that has been done by the family, the school, and the undergraduate course, and then make them global citizens capable of understanding the national interest and then pursuing it. So this is a very major problem area. The problem is even further compounded. The university doesn't function in isolation. The university is an integral part of the political landscape and is therefore buffeted by the various contentions that happen at home. And constantly we have various issues that come and narrow the scope of the university. If on the one hand we are told that we pursue liberal values, values that are accommodative, values that bring people together, the reality is that the reality of the political landscape is that it narrows the vision rather than broadens it. So we have that concern as well. So what should the university do? The university must broaden the identity, broaden the provision, broaden the understanding, and make us truly effective role players in the knowledge diplomacy that is now central for us. I think India is capable of playing that role. We have the institutions, we have the minds, we have the potential. It just needs a certain clarity and direction. Let us be very clear where we want to go. This is our landscape. Look at the map. The map is of Asia, Africa, and the Indian Ocean. It does not include the West, and it does not include the United States. They have an agenda that has nothing to do with us. And before I end, let me quietly remind all of you that these great bastions of liberalism, when it suits them, and when they find someone is not cooperating with them and doing their bidding, that is when the knives come out. And we have this petty official from the United States who happens to be of Indian origin, who descends upon Delhi and from the podium threatens his mother country and says there will be consequences if you do not accommodate us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, for some thought-provoking ideas. Thank you so much. I think let us now turn to our second speaker, who is Ambassador Claudio Montero, the serving ambassador of Costa Rica to India. Sir, the floor is yours. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see me because I'm having problems with the camera.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Ambassador. We can't see you, but please do go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I would like to greet our chair, former Ambassador Tom Bambawel, my fellow speaker, former Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, our moderator, Shivali Nawal, and the esteemed audience that has joined us today. It's an honor to be part of this discussion. Our sincere appreciation to Symbiosis International University for the invitation and for the organization of this important event. How to achieve an effective internationalization of higher education is a key topic that pertains not only to India, but to all countries in the world. How do we improve the quality of our education and increase the exposure of our faculty and students to a more international academic dimensions that involves not only teaching, but also collaborating in research as well as in the implementation of programs involving different services to society? How do we promote the mobility of students to and from our universities, expand our programs, pursue agreements and memorandum of understanding, promote publications in academic journals with impact in key areas? These matters have inevitably become a great relevance to all nations, thus encouraging the push for our national higher education institutions to cross borders and go international. This, as we all know, has resulted in higher numbers of international students across the globe. The creation of a wide variety of programs, including online options, a stronger driver of universities to improve their position in the global rankings, more cooperation agreements, among others. The bigger question, however, is, and this brings me to the specific topic of our panel, how we can leverage the current global knowledge production and sharing in higher education to solve global issues. That is, how can the internationalization of higher education provide an effective service to society, to our global community? For this, it's necessary for internationalization of higher education to focus on strategic, comprehensive, and global issues, rather than being driven by specific national or local issues. Academic exchanges and cooperation should therefore be geared towards promoting peace and mutual understanding, achieving green, inclusive, and resilient economies, human development, and combating climate change and poverty. Among many other challenges that our world continues to face, these topics must not be pushed to the sidelines, but rather be a main target of the internationalization of our higher education. And I must add to a little comment to what Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad said, that we should not only think of East and West, but also of North and South, because South has many things in common that we can share and we can cooperate to precisely change that vision of the liberal state and that vision of the crisis that this liberal state has shown and is recently broken in a war in Ukraine. So we should think not only in terms of our geopolitical surroundings, but also think of the North and South dimensions that are very important. So the question is, how do we encourage our students and faculty to bring solutions to pressing global challenges? To start with, it's necessary that the curriculum gives specific priority to these matters, especially to the utmost function of higher education, which should be enhancing the quality of education and research to make meaningful contributions to society. We need to unite the universities to the needs of the community, of the needs of the society. Up to now, maybe because of this liberal perspective that we have followed, university has become like an isolated tower of knowledge and not integrated enough with the rest of society. I would like to now to give you a brief introduction about Costa Rica and its higher education. As you may be aware, Costa Rica is a Central American country of 5.1 million inhabitants that, despite its small size, has led by example and internationally recognized for its leadership in human rights protection, peace and democracy, and environmental policies. Our educational system is recognized as one of the best in Latin America since 1869. Public primary education in our country was made free and mandatory. By Constitution, 8% of our GDP must be spent on public education. We have one of the highest rates of literacy, 98%, educational coverage, and public spending in education in Latin America. We're also one of the top destinations for studying abroad in Latin America, especially for students from US and Europe. We have 5 public universities, among which our leading institution, which is named University of Costa Rica, has been rated #1 in Central America and the Caribbean, as well as one of the 500 top universities of the world, which includes 7,500 universities. Our education sector also includes a growing number of private universities. We have 54 of them right now. Costa Rica has long understood that our main resource is the talent and education of our people, and that we need to provide the necessary capacities for our people to face the challenges of modern world. Given the importance of education in our country, it is not surprising that one of the main focuses of Costa Rican foreign policy deals with innovation, knowledge, and education diplomacy. As part of our innovation, knowledge, and education diplomacy, Costa Rica earnestly promotes international opportunities and partnerships that may contribute to an inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and decarbonized economic development, facilitate cultural exchange, and promote scientific and technological development. These efforts include both the promotion of strategic alliances to support foreign policy priorities in global and regional forums, as well as the fostering of partnerships to contribute to our country's sustainable development. So coming back to our panel's specific question on how the internationalization on higher education can contribute to solving global issues, we believe funding and efforts must be placed to combat climate change, to achieve an inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and decarbonized economic recovery, and to continue promoting scientific and technological development. The impact of scientific research and collaboration has become more evident in recent years with the fight against the pandemic. On this note, I would like to mention the example of a prominent Costa Rican scientist, Dr. Eugenia Corrales Aguilar, professor and researcher of the Faculty of Microbiology in the University of Costa Rica and the Center for Research on Tropical Diseases, who won international funding and recognition for the study to identify neutralizing antibodies against COVID. Developing a strong network with a scientific diaspora is essential, and embassies play a key role in this regard. We must enhance the role of the diaspora as scientific advisors and their potential to enable links with global networks, as well as to strengthen the science diplomacy agenda that can be effectively address our country's challenges and opportunities. Sorry. Technology and knowledge transfer between higher education and industry is also a key factor to consider, as it has potentials to encourage innovation and product development for the benefit of society. But behind all this, we should foster the values of solidarity, compassion, and equal opportunities for all among all developing nations. Thank you, and I'm open for questions or more comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both our speakers, Ambassador Claudio Montero, who just spoke, the serving ambassador of Costa Rica to India, And of course, to our earlier speaker, Dr. Talmiz Ahmad, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, who also spoke earlier. Let me start by discussing a few thoughts which your speeches made me think of. And I would also like to tell and ask all the audience members, all the participants, that if you can, and if you have any questions, please do put them into the question box. Please put them into the chat box so that I can pose those questions to our two distinguished guests. But let me start with Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad and ask him the following question. You know, when we think of internationalization of higher education, and as you know, sir, that we at Symbiosis, this is a very important aspect of Symbiosis. This is a very important part of Symbiosis, that we are looking at getting students from other countries. Now, we also, in our experience, we know that while there are a large number of students who come from around us, from our neighboring countries, whether it's Nepal, whether it is Bhutan, Sri Lanka, we also have students from Africa and some from Southeast Asia. But the experience is also that we do get students from the West who want to study, say, for example, computers or information technology. They want to do a semester at an Indian university, or they may even want to do internships here at Indian universities. So when you say that we should not look at the West, should we stop such students from coming, or should we keep the door open for them too? How should we at Symbiosis and other universities who are represented in this conference go about Indian universities? How should we go about attracting students from abroad? Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, please.
There is no suggestion in my remarks that we should shut our doors and windows. In fact, my message is exactly the opposite. We must open our doors and windows, open our minds, and get people from diverse backgrounds to come and see us at our best. There is no question of not wanting someone else to come. What I don't want to see is that we get swept off our feet. There used to be a time after independence when young people from India used to go abroad to study because we did not have adequate institutions, and then they would come back. Today, you have an opposite scenario. My concern is about that we produce, our educational institutions produce young people who then go abroad and work there. That means we take upon ourselves the responsibility of education, but the benefits of that education are taking place somewhere else. That is what I am concerned about, and that is what I am opposed to. This allure of the West. We have so many people whose heart beats for India, but it beats fastest when they are in California. And that is it. The great flag of India, California. And nobody ever asked them, what are you doing there? You should be here. Okay, India is not the most perfect place and there are struggles. This is where you belong. And this is where you must contribute the maximum that you can. I am opposed to this shift that we produce the young people and they contribute to somebody else. Somebody else. United States became the country that it has become overwhelmingly because of these migrants who have come there. And I accept that. We are a free country. You can go wherever you wish to work, but don't come back to me and claim your Indian heritage and then preach to me how I should be running my country or what I should be thinking about. That is not acceptable to me again. So I have two concerns here. One is that I produce the people, all my national resources, producers, engineers and doctors and architects and rocket scientists, and they go west and work there and contribute. Okay, do that if you wish. I don't like it, but I can't stop you. But don't come back to me and believe you have a claim upon me. You don't. You have made your choice and you belong elsewhere.
Thank you, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, for that clarification. Let me turn to Ambassador Claudio Montero and ask him, sir, you have seen universities and you gave us a very good exposition on how higher education is handled in Costa Rica. You have also experienced, and I do hope you get a chance. I don't know if you've visited us in Pune at our lovely campus. Let me, on behalf of the authorities, I can see them both sitting for this conference. But let me, on behalf of them, invite you to our university. We have one of the greenest campuses in India. But let me ask you, Ambassador Montero, that, given your experience of both Indian universities and Costa Rican universities, where do you think Indian universities can strengthen their international cooperation part of their work? And how do we go about getting more foreign students to come to our universities? Ambassador Montero, please.
Yes, thank you. I had the pleasure of going to Symbiosis. I visited Symbiosis University, I think it was in last October or November.
Sorry, I didn't know that. So I apologize, but invite you once again.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed the visit there, and we had a great discussions with the authorities of your university. And what we did ask, it was for complete scholarships. And let me go back again with a comment to Mr. Tamil, Ambassador Tamil, what he just said, which I understand that when you refer to the West, you're thinking of US only. But the West is more than United States. And that's why I feel that same concept of thinking like the imperial domination of the West over the East is also in that discourse of his, because when you think of West, you're only thinking of US and you're leaving out Latin America. I don't see Latin America at all. One of the things that I saw in the flags that you have painted in the buildings of Symbiosis was that my country, for example, wasn't there. The flag of Costa Rica wasn't painted there. And so I said, what's wrong? Is Latin American part of your interest of including Latin American students in your university, or you're just thinking of certain Western countries? And so that's part of our also colonial mentality of not seeing the problem from North and South also. South-South cooperation can be of great help in changing these stereotypes. And we should do more cooperation between South-South, Latin America and India, for example, which have a lot of things in common. I always say 2 or 3 things that I think that are very important of values that we share with India. One is the value of democracy. You are the largest democracy in the world, and we are the oldest democracy in Latin America. The values of peace. Your independence came through a peaceful movement, and Gandhi was a leader of this peaceful movement, by the way, trained in England and came back to precisely change things here in India. Same thing with Nehru. Nehru was trained as a lawyer in England and came back to the colony to work for the independence. So not everybody that has been trained in the West has that mentality of coming to lecturing only and putting some values that are not the local values. So we have also that value of peace that is very important. After our Civil War in 1948, 1 year after your independence, we had a civil war, and the ones that won the war, who was a leader called Pepe Figueres, he had a government of 6 months only, made some reforms, and among those reforms, he abolished the army. And we have become the first and only country in the world that voluntarily have abolished the army. And that abolishment of the army has allowed us to spend more money in education and health. And that could be something very interesting to spread around and do a lot of cooperation between countries of the South, like India and Costa Rica, or India and Latin America. So I think there's a lot to be done there in terms of research, in terms of exchange of students, exchange of staff on these exchange programs of maybe a semester or a year, or even a master's degree of 2 years, you know? The problem is that because of this mentality of maybe thinking only of going to study in Europe or US, we leave out other opportunities, and the students don't see that there are other opportunities to go study and learn from countries that have even more things in common. Like, for example, coming to India for Costa Rican students is not a priority, and we want to change that. How can we change that so that they consider India also as a place to come and study? Well, we have to give them more incentives. We have to give them more complete scholarships, so that maybe the students from lower income families can be attracted to come to India. And we would love to have more intercultural exchange of artists, that we can send Indian artists to Latin America and Costa Rica specifically, and also bring artists to India, because sharing cultural values also is the most important diplomacy that we can do. That's how we bring together the people of our country. So those are some of the ideas I can give you right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador Montero, for those ideas. I want to turn to the chat box where we have a few questions, and please keep those questions coming. This is a question from Mr. Ahmad Khan, and it's addressed to Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad. And let me just read out the question to you, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad. Why can't we think of people studying in India and then going to the West as outreach volunteers? They spread Indian ethos, Indian culture. They extend India's soft power worldwide. So how would you react to this idea and suggestion, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, please?
I'm not sure there is a category of visas called outreach volunteers. People in the West don't believe they have anything to learn from others. There is no category like that of outreach volunteers that you can go and then spread Indian ethos, etc. Having said this, what we do have is very traditional. It's been going on now for several decades. Cultural diplomacy. We have that. It's quite successful. It is very often sponsored by government, but increasingly the private sector is also involved. And large aspects of our ethos are conveyed to various countries. We have a good tradition of the festivals of India in various capitals, which have been going on for several years. We have scholars moving back and forth, participating in conferences. We have a lot of academic interaction. All of that is happening. Let's not use the word outreach volunteer. We have interaction broadly under the rubric of cultural diplomacy. It is already taking place. We also have movements of students. Various ministries in India, the Ministry of Youth and Sports organizes visits of young people who go to other countries and see how the countries are functioning and come back with a certain perspective relating to that country. And we also have, our films participate in film festivals. We have film festivals in India, and we have our cinema going abroad. So there is a lot already happening, which is quite successful. But as I pointed out, and I must raise this point of caution, there is no consensus about what should be projected and in what way. It's contested territory.
Thank you, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad. Let me just in response to Ambassador Montero's point that when he visited us At the university in Pune, there was no flag of Costa Rica. Ambassador, you're absolutely right. The flags which are up there are those of countries whose students are studying at our university. So we hope to see the flag of Costa Rica quickly. We hope to have some students from your country studying here at Symbiosis. And then the flag of Costa Rica will be also amongst all those other flags which you see at our university campus in Lovely. But one of the very important points which Ambassador Montero made was that there is a need for comprehensive scholarships, especially for bright but needy students. And if I could, I can see that Dr. Vidya is part of our discussion. Recently, we had this question also from our neighbor Bhutan. So let me turn to her and request her to sort of address this issue and what we at Symbiosis can do to bring in students from Costa Rica who may be needy or students from other neighbors like Bhutan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Mambawale. Ambassador Claudio, I would like to inform you that we do have scholarships for foreign students who are generally recommended. We give those scholarships to students who are recommended by the embassies. So in case you have such needy but talented students, we can certainly look at the scholarship program. We have a specific scholarship program for African students, and we see many African students, and earlier we had for even Afghanistan students who used to come in large numbers. Even today, we have a program called Engage Africa, in which we provide 100% scholarships, sometimes 50% scholarships. Apart from this, let me also inform you that the Indian government has launched the Study in India program. And through this program, the government of India provides scholarships to not just public institutions and universities, but even to private universities. So there are a lot of students who come through the government of India scholarship, to Symbiosis International University. And I fully agree with you. We definitely need to develop a more South-South collaboration. In fact, yesterday we had a whole session on this, South-South-North collaborations. And through this, we can certainly look at how we can bring in Latin America closer to India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vidya. There is a question in the chat box which is addressed to both the ambassadors, to our speakers. And the question is as follows. It's from Dr. Polly Lama. Do you think a university should have a ceiling budget limit for global educational diplomacy? Meaning that is the budget masking our country and creating a brain drain? Should we invest more on social exposure of our university? So the basic idea, should there be a ceiling for global educational diplomacy at our universities here in India or maybe even abroad? So let me, this is for both the ambassadors. Let me go to Ambassador Claudio Montero first and then request Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad. Ambassador Montero, if I could request you to answer this question first.
Thank you. No, I think there should not be a ceiling of a budget to encourage students abroad, either from India to other countries and from other countries to India. I think even should be even broader and larger. That's precisely the point that I was making, and I'm glad that that Symbiosis has a program and a budget for this, and also the government of India has a budget for this. The problem is that sometimes the budget is not used. It's not used for some other reasons that we have to find out. Why is it that people from abroad, from Latin America in this case, don't choose India to come here? And they prefer to go to the Europe or United States, because that has a lot of structural reasons of employment. It has some other reasons of status, and also of the rankings that they are also manipulated and done by, like what the Tamil, Mr. Ambassador Tamil would say, Western type of rankings, that put universities in Europe and US as the first, and the criteria there sometimes is very narrow. And so we have to then maybe change that vision that the universities also in India or in Latin America can be as good or even better the teachings and academic levels that you can find in Europe or United States. So we have to market our countries, our universities much better. And for that, I think the budget should be even larger.
Thank you, Ambassador Montero. Ambassador Ahmad?
There seem to be two issues here. One is with regard to students engaging with each other within the environment of the university. And the other is projecting a nation's ethos in another environment. The role of the university is with regard to the first, and that is how we can expand our knowledge and understanding with regard to other countries. And I had mentioned specifically the Africa program that Symbiosis, our School of International Studies, has initiated. It's a pioneering initiative, and it's a 2-year master's program, and it is very rich in content because it brings in the politics, the economics, the culture. Even as I speak to you, I cannot help recalling how rich African literature is. You know, within 1 year, they have got the Nobel Prize and the Booker and several other awards. In France, they got the a writer from Senegal and the French, the highest French award. So there is an extraordinary content right there. And these kind of programs are very helpful. And the plan that we have of actually getting input from Africa, you know, teachers from Africa, people speak. This is one of the great advantages of the online interaction, that with, you can get the best people in the world to address our students. And we should also, therefore, that is already happening. And I think that is the way to go forward. With regard to using students to promote our ethos and culture, I think that's it's not going to be easy. It's a bit untidy, because that is where you find governments take the initiative to a far greater extent. And actually, it's the government's responsibility to provide these scholarship programs and all. And I think India is a lead role player in that regard. And we do have a lot of programs where we encourage students to come. I agree with the ambassador from Costa Rica that there is a certain neglect of Latin American studies in India. I mean, we could do better. The interactions, they have started only recently, the interactions, I would say in the last 2 or 3 decades, there has been a certain greater interest. And I have personally seen how our economic ties have expanded. And we have a lot of movement taking place between India and different Latin American countries. But also there is the problem of geography. Let's be very objective here. As far as Latin American countries are concerned, their El Dorado is United States and possibly Canada, not other countries. But having said this, I do believe, I did not include Latin America in my strategic space, but I have to include it in my economic and cultural space as far as India is concerned. You know, even a rudimentary exposure to Latin American writing, you know, the authors who have written there from Latin America, very often not known here. What extraordinary minds there have been. What an extraordinarily rich culture. Cinema, literature, poetry. It is completely overwhelming. And I think, yes, it would be to our advantage, our mutual advantage, or for Latin America and India to be more robustly interacting with each other. I know there is the issue of geography, and it's not easy to get across from one part from India to all the way to Latin America, but it's something that can and should be done. And Latin America itself would also need to show a fresh orientation, a far greater interest in getting away from this heavy monstrosity in the north and getting away. Yes, it's much easier to speak of South-South cooperation, but let's see it happening in reality. I would love to see. So it's a two-way traffic. It cannot be that India shows all the enthusiasm for Latin America, but Latin America's eyes remain northward rather than eastward. It has to be done by both of us together. Greater engagement, greater dialogue, multifaceted interactions. I think that's the way to go forward.
Ambassador Bambavale, if
Yes,
I may,
please.
there are a couple of questions in the chat box. In fact, this would flow very well. In fact, it will seg very well with Ambassador Ahmad's remarks. There's a question from Aprajita Mishra. How can knowledge diplomacy contribute to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development? And I think maybe we could, if I may, sir, with your permission, with the permission of the chair. So I think this question could be directed to Ambassador Montero.
Yes. Well, that question, thank you for the question, is very important. How can we achieve the sustainability goals in 2030 with this knowledge diplomacy and education diplomacy? One, I would stress what I've said about South-South cooperation by the topics that we have to choose and make a priority in our curriculums, which is climate change, which is poverty reduction, inequality reduction, and all of these goals that the sustainable goals of United Nations have established. Those have to be achieved in a global way. And the more that we exchange our knowledge by these programs of student exchanges and professor exchanges and all of these, we will be enriched by different views and different cultural perspectives that would enable them to obtain these goals much faster. This is something, the globalization has brought us to the awareness that we have only one spaceship and we have to take care, all of us have to take care, and we have the same common objective of survival and also of making the life of our children and our grandchildren much better. And we're not doing that. So we have to start by getting to know each other culturally, and sharing all our knowledges from different perspectives and different topics and different disciplines in order to achieve in a holistic way all of these sustainable development goals.
So let me, I think both the ambassadors have spoken very eloquently, but let me ask you that how do we come to the, from the macro level to the micro level? I want to ask you for specific suggestions. What should Indian universities, and let's focus on India right now, what should Indian universities be doing to be able to attract more international students? What are the specific measures that we need to be taking? And let me start with Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad and then go to Ambassador Montero.
Since we have an ambassador from a Latin American country, and we are rightly focused on that, and this is as it should be, I would suggest that some of the Latin American ambassadors in Delhi should work in a cooperative manner. Instead of individual countries projecting their interests, their culture, their education, their students, etc. in India, they should be done in a more cooperative manner. Let us admit straight away that the knowledge base in India relating to Latin America is almost negligible. And therefore, we have a long way to go. I must convey with some regret, and I hope my colleague will not mind this, that I have not seen the kind of robust collective effort from Latin American ambassadors based in India that I would have liked to see. It has to be done collectively. If we were to leave it to individual countries can do what they wish. But if a collective effort to project Latin American ethos, Latin American culture, cinema, poetry, art, literature, getting people across and talking to their counterparts here. And in that, education would be a major part. Possibly sponsor a Latin American chair. We don't have enough Latin American studies. We have some in Goa of a very rudimentary character, and we could do better. And we've had in our own school, we've had Latin American program over 2 or 3 days. But it should get institutionalized. We do a lot of things from time to time. So I would put, if you don't mind my saying, a major responsibility on the Latin American ambassadors here. I know that they meet together. Let them put this on their agenda. Let us see what they can do collectively. Put together an art exhibition or a speaking program or a Latin American week or Latin American fortnight, in different parts of India, going across, visiting universities, getting individuals. I remember handling in the ICWA a similar program from Spain. They had a delegation of about 25 or 30 people. They had filmmakers, they had writers, they had poets, and they had professors, experts in foreign policy, etc. Fanning out after a joint program. They fanned out across India. We coordinated that, fanned out to different parts of India. So filmmakers went and met filmmakers in Film Institute, writers met through Sahitya Academy, they met certain people. All of that was very well organized. And I think this is something that I would like the Latin American ambassadors to do much more collectively than we have seen so far. That would be a very specific suggestion from my side. And there's a whole fertile territory out there. You will find Indians deeply interested in you. The great heroes we have in our country, Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, I'm sure we are ready for a slight update in that regard. And we have had this extraordinary writer, Pablo Neruda, and even more. I mean, I'm not pretending to have any knowledge, but you will find people in India deeply interested in the culture that you have to offer us.
Ambassador Montero?
Yes, definitely. I agree completely with Ambassador Ahmad. We have a group that is called GRULAC, a group of Latin American and Caribbean countries. We get together, but for the last 2 years with the pandemic, it has been very difficult to have these type of festivals or a movie and artist exhibition. But we are very willing to work on that. And we are planning to do some this year or even for next year, if we get the fundings for it. We were thinking even of doing something in a big scale with all Latin American countries, showing art, music, and a movie festival. But that got delayed because of this pandemic situation right now. But we have that in our agenda, and we will try to do more collective things. I agree that that should be done, and not only bilateral. And that is a challenge sometimes because not all Latin American countries think alike or have a homogeneous position on things. We have a lot of discrepancies ourselves, which it wouldn't be the case for India. That is one country that takes a decision for itself. In our case, we're more than 34 countries, and putting together 34 countries in agreement to do something sometimes is a little bit difficult. But we will try, we'll do our best on that. However, I would like to stress that according to the answering your question of how can we do it in a micro level, is the scholarship programs. I think the scholarship program should be something that we should at least get, 2 students from Latin America in at least 10 universities of India, so that there is a presence of Latin Americans in India permanently. And we would love to exchange cultural also experiences of artists, so that musicians and artists, painters, and even staff, academic staff could be exchanged. At least if we could make a funding, a fund that would award a prize for these artists to go to Latin America from India, and from Latin America to India in a permanent way, like have an award once a year for a couple of artists. That would also give also a lot of presence to that. One thing that I've done here is to convince ICCR to donate a statue of Gandhi to put in Costa Rica, and that will be done very soon. I'm also trying to see if a university in Costa Rica has a Center for Asian Studies, that we should start looking into that much deeper, since Asia has become the region of most commerce and most important with the rise of India and China. You know, it's very important for us to get closer to Asia. So there are a lot of things going on. However, let's wait until this pandemic excuse is over, so that we can start doing things in a more collective way. But we need more funding. We would be, I think the best way is to get a fund, especially for Latin American Indian exchange students, and also a cultural exchange. I'm going to look into what the government has in terms of the scholarships that it offers. And also what I think is the problem is that there's some constraints in those scholarships. That's why they're not used so much. But we have to get, we have to overcome those limitations. And so I'm trying to see if I can get the whole Latin American team to get into this position and this view that I share with Dr. Ahmad.
Thank you, Ambassador Montero. And I think
Ambassador Bambale, if I may, sorry to interrupt. There's one last question. We have 3 minutes. There's one last question from Dr. Vidya. It's for you. How does China use its soft power, and is this the right way of diplomacy?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Dr. Vidya. Thank you for asking that. I can bring in my little knowledge of China into this whole question. There is no doubt whatsoever that over the past 10, maybe even 15 years, that China has greatly expanded its cohort of foreign students who study at various Chinese universities. In fact, China's whole methodology of financing higher education, where each university has to increasingly take a greater share. I mean, very little money is now coming from state coffers. More and more has to be raised by the university themselves. And one of the ways this is done is through getting international students. So there is very little doubt that Chinese universities are now working actively to attract more and more foreign students at higher educational institutions. My only problem is that I think the Chinese use these foreign students, or use the presence of foreign students at Chinese universities to enhance their soft power. And therefore, this distinction between soft power on the one hand and knowledge diplomacy on the other becomes very important. The Chinese are using, utilizing, let me say, this cohort of foreign students for enhancing and expanding their soft power. I don't think they're using them for knowledge diplomacy, which is a more cooperative approach. And as our track 3 is focusing on, is to use knowledge diplomacy and international higher education, research and innovation for solving global issues and global problems. So I think that's where the distinction lies. And I hope that India, as we increase our cohort of foreign students, will be able to do the opposite of what the Chinese do, that use the international students more for knowledge diplomacy and less for enhancing and expanding and our own soft power, which will come automatically, by the way. So in fact, thank you for asking that question. Let me also summarize that, on this whole issue of leveraging IHERI for solutions at a global level of global issues, I think the answer from our track 3 is that yes, it can help in knowledge diplomacy and solving global issues. But there is much more that universities, at least in India and in other parts of the third world, need to do in attracting foreign students. So I'm going to stop there, Shivali, and hand the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Ambassador Montero, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, and last but not least, the chair. Thank you, Ambassador Gautam Bombavale, for this excellent session. The discussions were absolutely, I would say, very, very interesting. And I'm sure our audience would have liked to ask, I can see there are a lot more questions in the chat box which we haven't addressed. So thank you once again, and I'll hand the floor back to Dr. Anita Pajankar.
Thank you, Shivali, for that very insightful discussion. Thank you, esteemed panel. We will now take a break for 15 minutes. Do join us back at 12:30 for another very exciting and special session. We are honored to have with us the Honorable Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, along with another esteemed panel to discuss sparking neighborhood dialogues in IHE, India and its neighbors. So do join us back in about 13 to 14 minutes. Thank you so much. 12:30.
Yeah, Akshay, can you stop the music, please, for a minute? Akshay?
Yes, sir.
The Honorable Minister's office has joined. I just wanted to do some test.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Thundi?
Yes, sir.
Praveen?
Yes, I have made them co-host.
So I can't see them. Just wanted to.
I even sent request to start for them.
Yes, sir's office has joined him, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh. I can see in the.
Yeah. So can you hear us?
Yes, I can see.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. It's our honor to have you with us. We'll just check the sound and audio, sir.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yes,
I
yes.
listen properly.
Yes, yes, perfectly. We can see you and hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Today we have our Chancellor also joining us. And just very quickly, what I'll do is I'll introduce the session very briefly. I'll introduce our Chancellor. Then I'll request the Chancellor to speak. Then I will introduce you. And then I'll invite you, sir, to deliver your keynote. And then I'll hand over to the chair who's joined us, Dr. Vidya Yerodekar. She's our Pro-Chancellor. She has joined. And then, sir, that is the Chancellor. Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, we are all here and very happy and honored to have you, sir. Dr. Vidya?
Yes, we're very happy that you have joined. I'm Dr. Vidya. I'm the Pro-Chancellor of this university. Namaskar, sir. And we're very honored to have you in the capacity of MOS, External Affairs as well as Education. And you come from the academic field. So we have our Chancellor, Dr. Muzumdar also. So
Namaste, sir.
Namaste, namaste. How are you?
I am so delighted that one professor is participating today in the seminar.
Okay. Good.
I too was professor of botany in Ferguson College.
Oh.
Today.
Yeah.
That was long back.
Sir. Yeah.
Anita, we can start.
Shall we start?
Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome to this session, which will focus on sparking neighborhood dialogues, India and its neighbors. This is a special session and we are honored to have with us the Honorable Union Minister of State for External Affairs and of Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh. Sir, if I may, Symbiosis was established 50 golden years ago by a botany professor, Dr. S.P. Muzumdar, who compassionately responded to the plight and the concerns of African and Asian students who came to Pune to study at that time. Professor Dr. S.P. Muzumdar established Symbiosis as a home away from home for these international students. And since then, we have grown to become a multicultural, multidisciplinary university with an unwavering commitment to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. I'm now happy to invite Chancellor, Professor Dr. S.P. Muzumdar, to deliver his opening remarks.
Okay.
Namaste, Dr. Singh. I'm excited and I'm delighted that an academician who is also a minister, and that too of Ministry of External Affairs, participating in our seminar. So like you, I was a professor of botany in Ferguson College. And at that time I realized the importance of international students. It may interest you to know that Pune is a favored destination of international students. And there are about 20,000 foreign students in Pune from 55 different countries, mostly from Afro-Asian countries. There are a number of problems like admission to good colleges, accommodation, and homesickness. They come away from their parents and their relatives and friends. And they have, first problem is homesickness. But they also have problems of admissions, accommodations, as I told you. But the social problem was really sad. They feel that whereas Pune people said, put red carpet for white students coming from England or America or France, we are being neglected and often discriminated. And as a teacher, I found that this was not a good situation. And we thought that if we can help them during their student day and create a home away from home for these foreign students, they will become our ambassadors of goodwill for our country. And that is how this organization was established in 1971, first as it symbolizes International Cultural Center. We used to bring foreign and Indian students together on various social and cultural activities like Eid, Bogies, Eid, Christmas. And we used to create a dialogue between Indian and foreign students so that they will become friends, they will become brothers, and that will ultimately lead to international understanding. Our motto right from inception was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world is one family. Now, little later we realized that perhaps education is the best medium to bring foreign and Indian students together so that they will live together and stay together on the same campus for a longer period. And longer the period, better will be the understanding, effective will be the friendship between them. And I'm very happy to tell you that we started educational institutions. We have about 70 different institutions in different parts of our country. We have 40,000 students, as I told you, from 85 different countries, and also from all states of our country. So I will be happy to know that since you come from Manipur, so many Manipur students in Pune, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, so many, even Sikkim. And believe me, they are very intelligent. Their communication skills are much better. But unfortunately, what has happened is, our students in Pune think that they are like other foreign students, they are also foreign students. Perhaps because of their Mongoloid faces and all that. And they have also same problems as international students. So you will be happy to know that Symbiosis was the first organization to establish what we call Ishanya Center. We have students' body. There are so many, there are about 1 lakh people working in different organizations from northeastern states. So it's a big population, and we are constructing a special building which we call Ishan in our city. This is just for information, and I sincerely urge upon you to visit that international center and our Ishanya Center and meet. In fact, had it been a physical conference, I would have invited at least 100 Manipuri students to interact with you.
Great.
The background about Symbiosis. As you know, the government of India conferred deemed to be university status. This year, Symbiosis celebrated Golden Jubilee. I am extremely happy to inform you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, normally presidents and prime ministers, they don't do any function to private universities. But Narendra Modi made an exception, and he visited our university in Pune and was just for nearly an hour, and he delivered a wonderful speech. The point is, we are celebrating Golden Jubilee, and I, as a teacher like you, feel that I have contributed something towards the international understanding. So be that as it may, every year we organize 2 important conferences. One is higher education, International Higher Education Conference, in which all of us, academicians, politicians, diplomats, they participate. And second is the Conference on International Relations. Because international relations we have an Institute for International Relations in which the retired ambassadors in Pune, they teach the students. And I feel that these two conferences are the most important and prestigious conferences of our university. As I told you, sir, the motto of Symbiosis is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And this particular, and even Modiji in his lecture mentioned that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam will also be more effective provided India is strong, Shrestha Bharat, Just Bharat. That is what he suggested to us. I think he is very, very right. Be that as it may, these conferences go a long way in bringing academicians, diplomats, ministers, administrators, etc. together with a view to see the ways and means whereby how education can realize in reality the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Because as you know, sir, the nations are divided. There are agitations on the religion basis. So many dividing factors are there. And we are, instead of coming together, we are going away further and further from each other. There is globalization. There is a global village because of advances in technology. So that people have come together. But you will agree with me that minds have not come together. There is globalization of economy, there is globalization of ecology, there is globalization of so many other things. But unfortunately, minds of people from different countries, different cultures, they are not coming together. And we are exploring ways and means as to how education can play a big role in promoting the age-old Upanishadic concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So this is the point which I would like to make. Another point, sir, that I would like to make is that Vivekananda had predicted that 20th century belonged to Westerners. But he predicted that 21st century will belong to India. And as a teacher, I feel that it is only through education, and that too quality education, which will combine the ancient Indian wisdom and Western technological dynamism, that this particular prediction of Swami Vivekananda will come true. Sir, many years ago, I happened to read a very, very interesting book. And the title of the book is Thunder from the East. And the authors are, one is Mr. Nicholas Christoph and his wife Cheryl Udall. And these two authors argue. And the title of the book, as I told you, it is Thunder from the East, a portrait of rising Asia. So the authors think that there has been 500 years dominance of Western countries all over the world. But now time has come when the center of power will slowly move from Western countries to Asian countries. And that is how he says that Asia is rising. Surprisingly, he identified two countries where the center of power will ultimately sit. Not in Japan, not in other countries, Asian countries, but only two countries, China and India. Now, between the two countries, in which country the center of power will settle now? He predicts that in spite of the fact that China's economy is much better than Indian economy, Chinese have more weapons, more tanks, more missiles, more, what should I say, soldiers. Still, he feels that India scores over China not in terms of material achievements or military achievements, but India scores over China because it has a rich ancient tradition, number one. Number two, it is free judiciary. Number three, it is a free press, and after all, and most importantly, democracy. So if you see the prediction of Swami Vivekananda and the prediction made by these two American authors of Thunder from the East, there will open up a possibility that a day will come when India will be a Jagat Guru, as Vivekananda used to say. But I do feel that Jagat Guru India will be Jagat Guru only through education, which means India will be shaped as Jagat Guru in the classrooms, in the laboratories, and libraries of our universities. And that is why we are organizing this seminar, motivating our students, teachers, and others to take pride in our Indian ancient culture and also study the technological progress made by Western countries. So this is the crux and soul of this seminar, and I'm very happy that hundreds and thousands of students, including those from your states, carefully listening and watching this particular program. I only feel that sooner than later, you will find time to personally visit our university and guide students and faculty as far as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is concerned, as far as the power of education is concerned, as far as the role of education, especially higher education, in shaping a very happy world, peaceful world, where there will be no conflicts, no wars, no battles, and the happiness index of our country will be considerably increased. With this words, I welcome you on behalf of Symbiosis International University and wish you all the best. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A postgraduate in geography and a PhD from Guwahati University, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh began his career, and this is of special significance for all of us today, in higher education as a lecturer, assistant professor, and then on to be a deputy registrar and registrar. He also served as director in charge of the UGC Academic Staff College and College Development Director of Manipur University. He has published 8 books and numerous contributions to national and international journals and publications. He then moved on to join electoral politics in 2013. There he participated in several national and international consultative meetings on human resource management, security sector reforms, and land and livelihood rights of indigenous peoples. Since his election as a member of the 17th Lok Sabha in 2019,
Please carry on.
Dr. Singh has actively participated as a member to the parliamentary committees on Central Council of Health and Family Welfare, Standing Committee for Science and Technology, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Consultative Committee for the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region, and the Parliamentary Rules Committee. We're indeed honored, sir, to have you, and I invite you to deliver your keynote address.
You are on mute.
It's all right. Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Actually.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, all the respected colleagues of the Symbiosis University. First of all, the esteemed patron, Professor S.B. Majumdarji, founder and president, Symbiosis, and Chancellor, SIU, India. Is a very illuminating information was given to me, and it's a very thankful to you for that. And also mentor, Dr. Vijaya Yarbadekar ji, Professor Chancellor, and Dr. Rajni Gupta ji, Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Anita Patnakar, Deputy Director, SCIE, and Organizing Secretary, MS Amrut Ruhikar, the Head of International Admission and International Promotion, and other who are joining on this program. I salute from Imphal, Manipur. My warm greeting to all. At the outset, let me congratulate the Symbiosis International DIM University, Association of Indian University, AIU, and all other agencies involved in organizing the 6th edition of International Conference on Internationalization of Higher Education. Countries in our neighborhood are of special significance to us. Our ties with these countries are underpinned by a shared history and culture. Policy initiatives taken by India and its neighbors have implications for each other. Education connectivity can significantly influence diplomatic relations between nations. At the instance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, India accord the highest priority to our relations with the countries in our neighborhood. Under the Neighborhood First policy, it is this country which come first and foremost among our foreign policy priority. India has emerged as the educational hub in its neighborhood. At many given time, tens of thousands of students from neighboring countries are enrolled in Indian institutions ranging from primary school to super specialized training institutions. Government of India National Education Policy 2020 that was formulated under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, envisages several initiatives for internationalization in education and promoting India as a global study destination by providing premium education at affordable costs. These initiatives would help in having large numbers of international students studying in India and provide greater mobility to students in India who may wish to visit, study at transfer credit to, or carry out research at institutions abroad and vice versa. The overall thrust involved promoting India as a global studies destination, providing premium education at affordable cost. Secondly, promoting research, teaching, collaborations, and faculty-student exchanges with high-quality foreign institutions. Third, encouraging high-performing Indian university to set up campuses in other countries and similarly facilitating selected university from the world to operate in India, for which we will soon be ready with the necessary regulations and guidelines. You would be happy to know that under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, we have taken many steps towards achieving these objectives. In order to promote multidisciplinary and flexibility in our program, we have allowed students to take up subject cutting across streams and are encouraging institutions to collaborate with each other towards sharing of their resources to promote multidisciplinary. We have set up an academic bank of credit where students will be able to park their credits earned under a given program to be used as required. A common portal is being created which will help information and links to all top institutions with details of all programs being provided by them. This will make it convenient for international students interested in studying in India to go through their research and admission processes. We will very soon be issuing regulation to allow tuning joint and dual degree between India and foreign institutions, particularly an Indians and a foreign institutions. This will open up a lot of opportunities for students' mobility between our students. We have also allowed that up to 40% or on any program can be done through online means also. We are also very keen to provide international students coming to our institutions with a very happy and healthy experience. Towards this end, we are setting up international student offices in institutions that will handhold them through all required procedures, help them settle down in the new environment and build social connects. We currently have several schemes aimed at internationalization of education. A major scheme that help enhance inward mobility of students to India is the Study in India. Program launched in 2018. This program encourages international students to explore valuable educational opportunities provided by the top Indian universities. Indian higher education institutions provide technical expertise across a diverse range of courses from STEM to non-STEM courses and includes programs of study in disciplines such as yoga and Buddhist studies. Since its inception, Study in India as a brand and been consistently growing with application for admission into higher education institutions in India, coming from more countries every year. The Study in India program partners up with higher education institutions in India that have National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAAC, score of 3.26 and above, or that are ranked among the top 100 institutes by the National Institutional Ranking Framework. All institutions fulfilling these criteria partner with Study in India, including institutes of finance, institute of eminence, and institutes of national importance. Achieving balanced students' mobility is one of the priorities of the Ministry of Education, Government of India. As part of the initiatives to attract foreign students to study in India, a Study in India scholarship is provided to meritorious students seeking admission to India higher education institutions involved in the Study in India program. The allocation of the Study in India scholarship is done on the basis of performance in a standardized online exam for students seeking scholarship under the program. The Study in India scholarships are provided to the students seeking admission to undergraduate and master's program. The Study in India programs encourages foreign students to explore valuable educational opportunity provided by the top Indian universities. The Ministry of Education, Government of India has been sponsoring a scheme, namely the Global Initiative for Academic Network, we call it GAIN, to promote academic collaboration between India and other countries. GAIN aims at tapping the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with higher education institutions in India. GAIN seeks to increase the foothold of reputed international faculty in higher education institutions in India, create avenue for possible collaborative research with the international faculty, and develop high quality course material in both print and video format, and that can be used by a larger body of students and teachers. Over 2,100 courses have been approved under GAIN, of which around 1,600 courses have been conducted under the scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration, SPARC. Joint research proposals are formulated to facilitate research collaboration between Indian research group and research group in the leading universities of the world. The scheme seeks to enable productive academic and research collaboration between Indian research group and research group in the leading universities of the world by supporting, number one, visit and long-term stay of top international faculty / researchers in Indian institutions to pursue teaching and research. Secondly, visit by Indian students for training and experimentations in premier laboratories worldwide. Third, joint development of world-class books and monographs, translatable patents, demonstrable technologies, or action research outcome and products. In the first call for application, we received around 1,200 applicants, out of which 392 were approved. Technical and vocational trainings is another area where India is focusing in a big way. Our school, higher education, and skill departments are pooling their resources and expertise in this regard. We are setting up skill hub where learners can acquire 21st century globally relevant and in-demand skill. The focus is on stackable microcredit and on digital skill infrastructure like virtual skilling lab. We sincerely believe that fostering contact between our youths today and promoting academic collaboration will help all of us deepen our relationship even further. India looks forward to enhance academic engagement with her neighbors, where we can learn from each other. With these few words, I'm thanking all the organizers for patient listening. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Vidya, Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, to deliver a vote of thanks for this special session in this track. Dr. Vidya.
So thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for gracing this occasion, though virtual. And as Dr. Muzumdar sir very rightly said, that we would really like to invite you in person to the Symbiosis International University, more specifically because of the Symbiosis Ishanya Education and Cultural Center, which was earlier just conceptualized, but now it is in physical form with a very large auditorium, hostels for Northeastern students, and we also provide scholarships for Northeast students. But apart from this, your eloquent speech today, which covered the whole of national education policy and the role of the government, specifically the Ministry of Education, in the envisioning the national education policy, we are now, of course, awaiting the realization of this great dream. The only little request, sir, from all of us, which I want to make to you, because you are also the Minister MOS Education, is that in universities like Symbiosis and several others, whether it's BITS Pilani, Manipal, or some of the largest universities, have a tag called deemed to be universities. I would request you, because the NEP has already given a recommendation that the word deemed should be dropped. This is because because when we look at internationalization and when we want to attract foreign students, generally foreign students come to these top universities in India. And the first question that any foreign student, or for that matter, any ambassador asks us is, are you a university or are you a deemed to be university? And therefore, I sincerely request you, sir, that to see more and more foreign students coming to India, these kind of restrictive regulations need to be released, facilitated. And please, request from all of us is to remove the word deemed, so that we see more number of foreign students coming.
Excuse me, national education policy headed by Dr. Kasturangan has recommended to remove the word deemed. He says that there is nothing like petrol university, carbon university, or deemed university. All universities are university.
Yes. Yeah, there was some the differences between the ordinances passed by the parliament. So I will consult with my senior ministry, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, and we'll see how it can be solve the problems.
Because that creates confusion among foreign students.
I understand it.
Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time here, and we hope to see you in person at Symbiosis.
Okay.
And sometimes come physically.
Okay, sir. Please. Okay. Come here to the.
We will now move on to the track where we have an esteemed panel waiting. I now hand over to the chair of this track, Dr. Vidya.
So thank you very much, Anita, and it was a wonderful session. We had a person who's the Minister for External Affairs as well as Education, so very good combination of both. And as a curtain raiser to this track, I think his speech was absolutely, at the right place and at the right time. We have excellent people again in this track, and we have people from the neighborhood. Today, we are going to discuss sparking neighborhood dialogues in internationalization of higher education, India and its neighbors. We all know that we've not done much of work in our neighborhood, at least in the space of education. When the Prime Minister launched the neighborhood first, concept, I think the whole focus for everything, whether it was trade, business, education, he probably meant that, you first have to look to the neighborhood and then move on to looking at collaborations otherwise. If you really look at the statistics, not many students from our neighborhood come to India. And the statistics shows that Bangladesh has about 3,000 students, Sri Lanka has 1,500 students, Myanmar is just about 400, Maldives is 428, and therefore we see that the numbers are not really encouraging. The largest contingent of students that comes to India is of course from Nepal, again just 28%. But apart from attracting students, can India do something more in the space of higher education and help in universities in our neighborhood, in the countries surrounding us? And I'm sure we can play the role of a big brother, where we as a country has one of the largest higher education system in the world, a very complex one, but nevertheless with more than 1,000 universities, more than 50,000 colleges, I'm sure we can certainly help our neighborhood. Today we have people from different walks of life, academicians and diplomats who are going to talk about how can India be of help to the neighborhood in the space of higher education and more specifically internationalization of higher education. I will introduce the speakers first and then move on to having dialogues with them. Professor Bhola Thapa is the Vice Chancellor of Kathmandu University in Nepal. I'm very happy to note that he has done his master's in mechanical engineering from BITS Pilani from India. So we are indeed happy that you have been educated in India and then you went on to do your PhD from the Institute of Energy Process Engineering, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Professor Thapa joined the Kathmandu University in September 1994 and has rose to the position of being the Vice Chancellor of Kathmandu University. So welcome, Professor Thapa.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Professor Nilakshi Prema Vardhena. Professor Nilakshi is a cadre chair and a senior professor at the Department of Modern Languages at the University of Kelaniya in Sri Lanka. She has extensive international experience and is specialized in language and linguistics. She has done her PhD from University Rica, Germany. Her current interests include international communication, cross-cultural, pragmatics, typology, diplomacy, and foreign languages. Professor Nilakshi, you will be happy to know that we have a Symbiosis Institute of Foreign and Indian Languages, as well as the Media and Communication Institute, where we can certainly invite you at a later date. We have two ambassadors with us also, His Excellency Mr. Gopal Bagle. He's presently the High Commissioner of India in Colombo. He was a Joint Secretary and spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs. He has held various positions at the Ministry of External Affairs, and the last one was that he was Joint Secretary, External Publicity and spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs. He was a diplomat and served various capacities in Ukraine, Russia, UK, Nepal, and Pakistan. And of course, now with Ukraine being in the forefront of every news, especially regarding medical students, I'm happy to know, sir, that you also can speak Ukrainian and Russian fluently. The next speaker is Mr. Vikram Doraiswamy, who is the High Commissioner of India in Dhaka. Mr. Vikram Doraiswamy joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1992. Prior to his joining the Indian government, he worked as a journalist. Mr. Doraiswamy was posted to the Commission of India in Hong Kong, and he can speak Chinese very well. He was also with the Ministry of External Affairs and was appointed as a Deputy Chief of Protocol. After 2 years of Deputy Chief of Protocol, he was seconded to the Prime Minister's office in 2002, and he served as a private secretary then to the Prime Minister of India. So we really have an excellent panel of academicians and diplomats, and who will give us an overview of India and its neighborhood and the role India can play in its neighborhood. So may I invite the first speaker, Professor Dr. Bhola Thapa, the Vice Chancellor of Kathmandu University.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's really an honor and pleasure for me to speak on this very, very important deliberation session from the neighboring country. Now, of course, the Nepal's higher education is not that old. When we had our first higher education college, Trichandra College, that was established almost 100 years back, Patna University at that time. And even when Tribhuvan University was established in 1959, a lot of our first group of faculties, professors, they were from India. Not only the Tribhuvan University, like a Kathmandu University, when we were established in 1991, after the political movement and then the change in political system. We had our mission to provide a quality education in the country, and then also to be world-class institutions. But still, we have had quite a lot of support from Indian institutions and universities to develop our program. The status at the moment, like Nepali higher education is like, of course, our enrollment rate is quite low, like it's 18%, but our 15th national plan says like the target is to reach to 40%. And for that case, the higher education system still has just entered into the accreditation system, and then we have a lot to do, and we have to learn so many things from the institutions and universities in India. Even then, with the history of 30 years of Kathmandu University, we have already graduated almost more than 36,000 graduates in different disciplines at the different levels. But I am very glad to share here with the friends here, all this development of higher education in Nepal, that there has been significant contribution from India, especially the program when programs at Kathmandu University was planned and then started, like BITS Pilani, that there was a contribution from the faculties there. There was a contribution from Manipal group. Even in medical education, we produce almost 50% of the medical graduates in the country. And then we have taken quite a lot of help from the Indian faculties for reaching to this stage. So out of the, and it's not only for the Nepal, but we have also provided this education to the foreign students and especially the neighboring students. Out of 36,000 graduates, like almost 13% are from the foreign countries, and and among them almost 6,100 the Indian students have graduated from Kathmandu University. That means like the cooperation and the support which we got from the Indian institutions, we have also been able to give it back to the Indian society also. It's not only in India, Indian students, like we have graduates from Sri Lanka and Pakistan, Bangladesh. Mostly they are in medical education. But the trend and the present situation of higher education is really interesting and is really challenging. As the chair of the session have already mentioned, that the Nepali students in Indian higher education is significant. But we are really worried here in Nepal because among those eligible candidates coming to higher education, they are there in India. They are going for Indian institutions, but quite a lot of Nepali students are going to the Western universities, and especially our largest number of students are in Australia. I think it was in 2019's record, almost about 60,000 plus students are studying abroad, and then among them, Australia is the largest, and of course India is also significant. But the worry for us is, of course, Nepali students can go abroad and can have good education. But like for example, this year and this first 3 months, almost first 4 months of 2022, almost 38,000 Nepali students went abroad, and that's okay. But we do have a lot of pressure on foreign exchange reserve now, because they are taking quite a lot of foreign currency for education. It was almost 30 billion Nepali rupees that went outside, and it is giving a pressure on the national treasury also. And we have been discussing and we have been learning from the case of Sri Lanka now. And then the one of the most let's say important factor that is taking our foreign currency besides the fuel is the education. So in these connections, like we do have this need for regional cooperation, for not only for providing education for economic sustainability and viability, because we do have a common characteristics, we have a common problems, and we have a development challenges. Our societies are almost similar, and then whatever we do here in Nepal, that will also affect in India, or whatever happens in India, that will also affect Nepal. And of course, our values, our culture will also help us to develop or collaborate, to develop and then cooperate for higher education in the regional level and in the neighboring region. So the cooperation which we envision or which we expect is, again, I was really glad to hear the Honorable Minister, like the plan of the Indian government and then in this Indian higher education institutions to reach to the neighbors and to bring the foreign students, and even not only bringing foreign students in India, but the foreign higher education, the Indian higher education institutions to reaching to the neighboring countries. So it will strengthen the network, and then I think it will be the win-win situation. It will not only just produce a graduate, but it will have a significant contribution for economic activity, because the graduates which we produce, especially in the context of Nepal, is like we use a lot of natural resource, like the hydropower or our climate issues. Like if we work together, it will contribute for all. Kathmandu University, unlike in this 30 years, we have been quite proactive on international cooperations. And among the MOUs or partnership which we have, the Indian institutions, Indian universities are most prominent. Like we have quite a lot of activities. Like as I said, in the early days, we have got support from Indian professors to teach here in Nepal, to design the course. But Kathmandu University also has got some experience of running its program in Manipal. When we were developing our program in medical education, and then we had a plan to develop our own faculty. So we had our Kathmandu University, this PG programs on medical was running at the Manipal using the hospital of the Manipal group. And we have all produced a good number of faculties for that. And then most of the academic institutions here in Nepal that we have got, like me, many of us have got the education, at least one education in India. So that is sort of a cooperation that we had in the past. And recently, as I heard from the Honorable Minister and then other colleagues here, the Indian universities and Indian higher education institutions, especially, we have been discussing with the IITs. They want to establish a sort of activity here in Nepal, and then we are collaborating and cooperating. There are also some regional such forums, like a Himalayan University Consortium is there. Several universities that we come together for the matters of the mutual interest, and then either it's on education or research, on engagement or reaching to the community. So we do have some collaborative programs, and of course, the funding for such program is sometimes coming to the international funding agencies, but we feel like there is a need of a regional cooperation, it's little stronger regional cooperation, so that the neighbors which we are already on this mission can be little stronger. Otherwise, like for example, the program similar to the EU or Erasmus program. So we might also need a similar program in our region. what I believe is, at least I am, I myself is a quite example like of the support like which the neighbors can give it to the other neighbors, during when I was having my education undergraduate program, there were no engineering program at all in this country. There are no medical program in this country, but now like we not only produce good graduates for our own country, but also we are contributing to the neighboring country. So the globe, at least now, doesn't have a political boundary. Like after the pandemic, the things have changed now. So with good network and communication system, any students can study anywhere around the world. So in that connections, if we on the neighboring countries can join hand, I think it will be beneficial for all of us. So with this starting remarks, I will stop here, and if there will be any other further queries, I will try to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, and we will come back to you with questions. In fact, there are a lot of questions that have come to me regarding some points that you have raised. But let me move on to Sri Lanka, because you did mention in your talk that there was a great learning from Sri Lanka. And so we move on to His Excellency, Mr. Vikram Doraiswamy, for his thoughts.
Just to clarify, I'm speaking from Bangladesh, not Sri Lanka. My colleague Gopal Bagla is Sri Lanka.
Sorry.
But thank you very much for this very interesting program, and thank you for including me and thereby the India-Bangladesh relationship into this discussion. I'm also delighted to have my colleague and old friend Gopal Bagle on the panel, and I was also very interested by the remarks that our State Minister presented. Very quickly, I think the key point here that we need to emphasize is the value that we all get from better regional education things. I think Professor Thapa just made that point, and I think it's a very valid point for all of us to bear in mind, that we need to be able to see the commonality that we share in terms of the value that we all place upon education in our South Asian region. The fact that at all levels of society, education is the one thing for which all people will put in as much resource as possible to drive the futures of their children. The other part of it is that educational collaboration has had a very strong opportunity in terms of building not only socio-political connectivity based on our existing cultural connectivity across the sub-region, but also as a driver of future business and political partnerships. As we all know, the friendships and opportunities that we develop at university tend to be a very strong driver of future business opportunities. And therefore, in this far more globalized world, that I mean, far more than it was, say, 30, 40 years ago, this is a major driver of cross-regional integration, of which our region actually is a laggard. We have far less integration in terms of transport, in terms of business, than most other sub-regions or regions of the world. So education could actually be one of the foundational blocks through which greater regional connectivity can be promoted. I'd like to also make the point here that as far as our problem has been in the region, it has been the effort to internationalize education. In all of the countries in South Asia, education has primarily been domestically focused rather than as an internationalized commodity. Indeed, if you look at how countries like Canada or Australia have developed education as one of the strongest means by which they drive international partnerships, all of us in the sub-region could learn a lot. Towards doing this, I think there are some specific suggestions I'd like to make in exploring this problem. First of all, internationalization of education requires far more of an effort on research opportunities. We haven't yet leveraged the opportunities for bringing bright people together and taking forward research opportunities, for instance, in cutting-edge areas of robotics, artificial intelligence, etc. There are very, very bright young people across our sub-region, and we tend not to leverage those opportunities when we're looking for opportunities for educational and research collaboration. Second, we haven't actually looked at all of the facilities that our various government departments have in terms of driving internationalization. The Department of Science and Technology, for instance, has a number of exciting programs to drive international research. Most of these tend to be West focused. In other words, looking at research opportunities in the US or in the UK. While that is valid, we do need to think about how we as universities and educators put in a pool of funding for research opportunities that bring together students from Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Bhutan, so that there is actually an opportunity to connect with bright young people who are otherwise anyway going across and doing the same kinds of research in the US. Third, we need to try and find ways in which we can broaden the educational connect. In other words, not just focus on university level at undergraduate and postgraduate level, but also to start at high schools so that we are leveraging young people for a longer period of time to build a longer period of connectivity across the borders. This could also then take forward to higher education cooperation in postgraduate and research levels, where we have opportunities and scholarship systems across the government and across universities to benefit our young people in creating fresh pathways to cooperation. I would also say internationalization of our campuses. As Professor Thapa was saying, our young people are often given opportunities, will pick opportunities that are well known to them. And it is reasonable, therefore, to say, for instance, an IIT or an MIT or a Kathmandu University will have a drawing power that other universities may not. Now, creating those linkages, in fact, creating twin degrees, joint degrees, even satellite campuses, is something that is being neglected. And I think this is one of the strongest ways in which we can actually leverage brand value across the sub-region. Our challenges are a few also, and I'd like to identify a few specific challenges. One is ensuring quality. Now, with 1,000 universities in India, we need to be clear that not all universities are going to be at the same quality. And therefore, anybody who's looking for value, as I think Dr. Yeravdekar just said to the State Minister, branding is so important. People are going to ask you, what do I get if I come here with my money? What do I get if I send my child there? And that we need to be able to be clear that we prioritize what we can take abroad in terms of the best few places so that we can build a culture of bringing people to India rather than trying to promote all at the same time. Second is the quality of facilities that we provide to international students. Because our universities are competitive places and the demand is so high, we haven't actually focused enough on ensuring that the quality of facilities that we provide international students are up to the mark compared to what they might actually get in third countries. To sort of ameliorate some of this, I think alumni associations, high quality platforms that virtually give students opportunities to look at how they can benefit at a university, that I think needs to be done. Foreign universities in the West do this very, very well. We should be able to do better in terms of that. Then I would say a major challenge that we face here in encouraging Bangladeshi students to look at India is the study opportunity and an internship opportunity after that. At present, I mean, if you put it the other way, if your own children were to go abroad to study, one of the big drivers for them tends to be, can I stay back and work for a year or two as an intern? Or can I get some work experience before I come back? Now, we need to be able to dovetail our educational programs with internship programs that allow children the opportunity. There's a very good reason why so many children from India or Nepal or Bangladesh go to each other's countries for medical education. Because with medical education, you get pretty much hard-baked an internship opportunity. So I would say this is a key sort of opportunity for us to take forward. And finally, vocational training. We need to look at how much more we can make vocational training an internationalized product, because work opportunities that connect up across the neighborhood wouldn't necessarily only require you to get an MTech or a BTech or a top-tier educational degree. High-quality vocational training is also missing currently from our portfolio of things that we offer across the border. Let me conclude by saying there's a lot that is going on right now within the government in terms of offering scholarships and opportunities. But I think for the South Asian sub-region, we need to do much more, even in universities, through foundations, through commercialization of opportunity with businesses in Pune, for instance, to offer scholarships for bright, deserving young students from South Asia to drive the cost competitiveness and the cultural connectivity that we already enjoy as an advantage vis-a-vis further away countries to bring students to each other's country. Let me stop at this point. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I regret very much having to rush things a little bit. Thank you.
Mr. Doraiswamy, I think you very well encapsulated, things that we are also concerned about. You so rightly said, that the challenges are not just about quality education, but even infrastructure. I mean, simple things like providing good hostels, good, multi-cuisine food, etc. These are things that we face when, students come to Pune and talk about their experiences at other colleges, in the city. And while this is important, I think one of the most important points that you raised was the internships. And we've taken this up several times with the government of India. We had a roundtable where I represented in the Niti Aayog and at several places. I hope that, things will change here in India, because it's not just about internships, but post-study work. I mean, if a student goes to America, I think the biggest attraction to going to US is not just quality education, but more importantly, getting to work in the industry there. And therefore, I think we need to open our doors for foreign students, at least in the neighborhood, so as to attract more of them. Scholarships are provided through the Study in India scheme, as well as Symbiosis International University has a specific foreign student scholarship program, which of course I will discuss with you one-on-one. But thank you so much for all the inputs that have come from you. I will move on to, unfortunately, and that's why the confusion, because unfortunately, Mr. Gopal Bagle, the High Commissioner in Colombo, had to rush for something more important that he was called for. And so, like our go-to man, I immediately messaged Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, who has also had the experience of serving as an ambassador to Bhutan, Pakistan, and China. So with his experience in the neighborhood, I will request Ambassador Gautam to give his views.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vidya. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Great, thank you. So, I think some of the points I'm going to make are going to be repetitive, are going to repeat the points made by the earlier two speakers, Professor Thapa and High Commissioner Doraiswamy. But I think that underlines how important it is for India to pay attention to these aspects. And I think you yourself mentioned this in your remarks. Now, let me start by saying that, the government of India has a policy called Neighborhood First. And I think this applies to internationalization of higher education at Indian universities also, that we need to focus on our neighborhood first. And if we can get the neighborhood right, then we can expand all this internationalization of higher education to other parts of the world, to other parts of the globe. So sparking those regional dialogues, as you have titled this particular track or session, is absolutely essential and important. There, I think what any university in India, while looking at internationalizing its student body, needs to do is, of course, pay a lot of importance to two things which have been said earlier. One is, of course, the quality of education. There, of course, symbiosis is in the forefront. The quality of our education, like at many other excellent schools across India, are concerned, is very, very high. But as High Commissioner Doraiswamy rightly pointed out, that this is not equally good across all Indian universities. So a foreign student has to be very careful when choosing a university to apply to in India. So the quality of education is something that we have all paid a lot of attention to. And the government of India's new education policy continues in this on this track, or continues in this direction, because it aims at enhancing the quality of higher education at Indian higher educational institutions. So this is the first thing we need to pay attention to, which is the quality of education. The second, of course, which has been pointed out earlier, is the cost of education. So there are obviously a lot of people in the neighborhood who perhaps have the ability to pay the cost of education as it exists in some of the private universities in India, or even at public universities in India. But there is a large segment of people who are very promising, who are very high scholarship levels, but they are also in need of appropriate costing of the education. They need scholarships, they need assistance, financial assistance for undertaking this higher study. So if Indian universities can first focus on our neighboring countries, where these costs will be relatively lower because travel is easier, etc. We have certain similarities which can also be leveraged. So if this cost can be met for certain students from our neighborhood and can be done successfully, then of course I think we can then move to the next level, which is trying to get students from further afield, from countries which are further away from India, whether it is Southeast Asia, or whether it is Africa or any other part of the world. So I'll leave you with those two thoughts, that quality of education and the cost of education are two broad aspects of two broad areas in which we need to focus our work of internationalizing higher education, as well as sparking the regional discussions over this that are required. So I'll stop there, Dr. Vidya, and hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mambawale. And you rightly pointed out, and therefore, if you see the students that come from these neighboring countries generally come on the ICCR scholarship program. And unfortunately, the ICCR scholarship doesn't go to private universities. It goes to only public universities. And therefore, students from the neighborhood are not present in private universities in large numbers. Whereas Symbiosis has made an effort to have a kind of a joint scholarship with ICCR, where we give scholarships on tuition fees and ICCR on the food and the stay, but not many universities have come forward, though we are pushing this through my membership on the General Assembly of ICCR, stating that they need to support students in some good programs in private universities as well. So from here on, we move now to Sri Lanka with Professor Nilakshi here with us, and she's an academic, comes from our field, and we would like your thoughts, Professor Nilakshi, on India and its neighborhood, more specifically Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies and Madam Chairperson and distinguished guests. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to share my presentation because as an academic, I believe that visually seeing something is more important. So I have jotted down some points where we could collaborate, and this is the practical side of it. And supposing I get disconnected, my video recording is there. Akshay would play that because I'm sitting through a power cut at the moment. That's why you can't see me clearly as well. So let me share the presentation with you. As I said, this is regarding the Sri Lankan perspective of sparking neighborhood dialogues in international higher education, India and its neighbors. So let's look at some practical aspects of this. In Sri Lanka, we have 17 state universities, and there are also several non-state higher education institutions offering local degree programs, which have been approved by the University Grants Commission. And the problem that we have is we collaborate more with EU universities or the Western world, with Australia or with the Americas as well, hardly with our neighboring countries. So if you take University of California, for example, we have only about 3 or 4 universities we are actively cooperating with at the moment. And many European universities, Australian, New Zealand, and American universities that we have a lot of active partnerships going on. And EU mainly because of the Erasmus Plus programs that we have and due to the several grant schemes that you get. But we have this one support scheme that we have been benefiting from for a long time, India-Sri Lanka Foundation, who funds student visits sometimes and also some scholarly visits both ways. And also the German Academic Exchange Service Day in New Delhi facilitates regional collaboration, mainly focusing on German studies, but other fields of study as well, and also workshops on internationalization, etc. And partnerships through MOUs with universities in India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan, as I said, commonly to all the universities, all the state universities in Sri Lanka, are less than the percentage we have of partnerships with the other countries. So I think it is now time to initiate this and collaborate further in the future. And with Bhutan, we have a government-to-government agreement to have students from Bhutan to the faculties of medicine and also for dental studies at the University of Peradeniya. So these are the collaborations we have at the moment. And talking about this India-Sri Lanka Foundation, I once had the privilege to accompany some students from the University of Kelaniya in 2010, more than 10 years ago, for a UN Millennium Goals debate at Miranda House of Delhi University. And it was, as I said, funded by this India-Sri Lanka Foundation. So undergraduates from Sri Lanka and India met together. They talked about, they discussed, debated on UN Millennium Goals, but the main thing was they got to know each other, the cultures, they exchanged a lot of information, and still after 11 years, they still keep in contact with some of these students. So this is what we should promote, I think, a cultural exchange as well. And talking about regional cooperation, these are the avenues that we can really collaborate on. I focus mainly on student exchange. Staff, both academic and administrative, is important. Collaborative research, joint publications and conferences. And as I mentioned earlier, more focus should be on the student population. This is pivotal to prepare them for the roles as stakeholders of the future. And what are the advantages of regional cooperation? Understanding across borders and cultures is much easier because we share same values, same backgrounds as well mostly. And English as a common language, as lingua franca, is available to all the countries in the region. Then the cultural and historical bonds that we share, these are very important. We don't have to explain things much because we understand each other better. And getting to know your neighbors is very important. You can get to know the others as well, but the neighbors are very, very important to help each other. And developing skills to work in diverse working environments, because now we move from our country to other countries, and we have a lot of regional citizens working in Sri Lanka as well. So it is very important to get this training to work in diverse working environments, and the cooperation would promote this type of facility in the future. And it is, of course, most cost effective than going to Europe or to the Americas and also to New Zealand or Australia. So regional cooperation should be really promoted. And looking from the student perspective, these are the areas that we can collaborate on. We can have short-term exchanges, for instance, summer schools, or even one-day programs or one-week programs, short-term programs as well. And building cultural bridges across the region that pave way for academic discourse. So firstly, a cultural exchange, and then you can move on to specific fields of study and discourse on that and different projects as well. We can organize virtual events or virtual mobility as well, which pave way for international credit transfer, which functions very well with European countries, but I think we should move on to international credit transfer in the region as well. Whether it's on-site or virtual, this mobility of students, it brings students from each university together for cultural exchange and getting to know each other and build a lasting friendship. And cultural awareness develops mutual respect and develops skills in working in diverse multicultural settings, which is significant in today's global context. And as we know, the young generation moves from one country to another today for study purposes as well as for employment. And at the end of a mobility that we propose, the students are expected to gain cultural competency, team spirit, and if you are working virtually, enhanced ICT skills, as well as improving their linguistic skills, among other skills that they can gain. And looking at the other perspective, the staff, which is also very important, the other stakeholders, administrative as well as academic staff, we can have short-term exchanges and again help to build cultural bridges across the region, virtual events and like what we are having today, virtual mobility, guest lectures, and conduct joint research and collaborative research projects. And of course, nothing goes without challenges, but as you can see, the challenges are very few compared to the advantages I discussed earlier. MOU approval process. If you want to make the partnership formal, you need a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement. That takes a long time in Sri Lanka. It has to go from the University Grants Commission to the Education Ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well, after it is approved by the University Council. So that takes a little bit of time, but still there are other ways that we can cooperate, like the short-term exchanges, which do not need an MOU. And of course, the funding, as I said, is limited. That is why we go for this Erasmus and Erasmus Plus funding in Europe. And if it is virtual, as I'm having this problem today of the power cut as well, the accessibility will be an issue. And when you plan to execute a partnership, this is what we really require among many others. I have listed only the most important ones: mutual trust and genuine interest from both parties. And you need to invest time, and you need to have respect for each other and each other's cultures and pace of work, etc. And you should be adaptable, flexible, responsible, and you need dedicated and motivated students and staff. Any plan which is very brilliant can only be executed if you have dedicated and motivated students and staff who support this. And what would be the outcomes of such partnerships? By being regional partners, we can become potential partners of EU-funded projects. Sometimes we have to look for another Asian partner, and when you have regional partners, it's very easy to contact the EU countries and say that we have partners here. Would you like to promote a project? Because they have to submit, most of the time, they have to submit these project proposals, the EU universities, and potential partners we can find from the region. And of course, it would promote knowledge transfer in the region, knowledge sharing, and enhancing intercultural competencies, broadening horizons, enhancing social skills and team spirit, personality development and linguistic skills development of that. And of course, for the students, better career prospects and to become an outward thinking global citizen. We do not belong to our countries anymore. Our students do not belong to our countries anymore. They are global citizens. So this will be a chance to get to know each other and to be an outward thinking global citizen. So I would like to share a few images of some of the cooperation that we have been having, so that you can have an idea how such regional cooperation can take place. This is an ongoing project with University of Indonesia on cultural exchange. Students from different faculties selected 25. I think my internet connection is unstable. I would switch off the camera. Participating at this project now. Altogether, we have 55 students from both universities participating. Teams, they selected them actually on fashion, food, some historical sites or cultural events, festivals, as well as traditional dances. So those were the topics they selected. So each group will work on this. We launched this project a few weeks back, and in the third week of May, they'll be presenting the joint presentations in each group. And at the moment, they are exchanging ideas on how to prepare this joint presentation. So that is a discourse between them. They met only once virtually on one platform, and then they'll be meeting again at the final presentation with us. But at the moment, they are working on this project. So this was from the launch that we had. And this is also one where we connected with 4 different universities under the auspices of the Alumni Academy of University of Siegen, Germany. Bridging 4 countries together, 3 continents, Tongji University, China, Fayum University, Egypt, Mother Teresa University, North Macedonia, and University of Kalani, Sri Lanka. Altogether, 41 students participated at this project, a similar one to what we are conducting with the University of Indonesia, but with more universities involved in this. And this is another presentations on fashion, some screenshots of that. And also these eminent professors guest lectures that we can share and join as well. This was organized by the DRDA, New Delhi. And one of the projects that we had with the University of Tallinn, Estonia, for students of German, again, exchanging facts about phases of memory of Germany, as well as Estonia and Sri Lanka, because the students of German were involved. And these are some of the examples of one-day or half-a-day events that we had, Christmas event. The students participating virtually because this was at the height of the pandemic last December. But you can see how much you can do virtually as well, which is very, very cost effective. It doesn't cost anything apart from the data costs. And the whole world joining you. So we had a professor joining us from Portugal and many from Germany and all parts of the world. And here, the New Year's Eve event that we had with students singing live and performing their dances, recordings as well, and also guest lectures. So this was one of the Erasmus Plus academic staff incoming mobility who conducted her lectures online in French, but then I invited her to have a lecture in English on a journey through Portugal, language and culture. So this is what we can promote as well, because there's so much that we do not know about each other. And this is the one of the most recent events that we had, end of the semester, end of the academic year event of the German section. As you can see, there are so many things that you can perform and collaborate together. So the sky is the limit. That is what I can say about the potential that we have in cooperating in the future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for a wonderful presentation. And I think it was almost like we making a presentation here in India on internationalization. So there's so much similarity. But what I saw was that it is more of a South-North collaboration that you seek. And we yesterday discussed in one of the sessions how South-South collaboration should now be also prominent as much as what we collaborate with universities in Europe, US, etc. Because same is the case with India. So actually we're done with the 4 speakers giving their thoughts, and there are a few questions. I know Ambassador Vikram needs to leave, so I will take his question first to him. Ambassador Vikram Doraiswamy, the question to you is, how can issues related to faculty mobility, specifically from the country that you are present right now, be facilitated? Because we only talk about students being mobile from one place to the other. We don't see many faculty from Bangladesh traveling to India and vice versa. Can your embassy help in facilitating this?
Well, look, faculty mobility, definitely. The main thing is that the regulatory environment for such documentation needs to be put in place. Beyond that, there's really no difficulty as far as we're concerned. We're quite keen to have more faculty exchanges, particularly coming in from Bangladesh or Nepal into India. The real challenge is in terms of what kind of documentation you can provide to support it. For instance, if it's a short-term job or a short-term assignment, this is one thing. If it's a long-term assignment that involves what is it called, an employment terms, then those become difficult, because those then have to meet the test of whatever has been specified by the Home Ministry as appropriate for long-term employment visas. So those are the only challenges that we have. Per se, facilitation otherwise should not be a problem.
Yes, sir, because you spoke about research and you spoke about internationalization through joint research, and this can happen only if we see faculty coming together. And generally we see these faculty members traveling more for short-term assignments and not really on long-term sabbaticals. And therefore, I think a proactive step from your embassy, your High Commission.
Just to complete the thought, we've actually been in discussion, for instance, between Bangladesh's leading tech university, engineering tech university, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, and IIT Powai, to look at ways in which we could work together on things like robotics, where there's some good work going on here, and there'd be interesting work, of course, going on in India. Now, for that, to organize the documentation will be comparatively easy, because there's an inviting institution and there's the possibility of an actual program of research. What makes it difficult for us is actually being able to get enough responses from our own system for people to actually look at such opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Professor Bola Thapa. Sir, you spoke about medical education, and I was quite surprised to know that there are a large number of Indian students studying in Nepal, and primarily maybe for medical education, because A, it is difficult here in India, and B, as it is not affordable. So in medical education, there is a question here that, can we look at, internationalization of medical curriculum? You mentioned about an association with Manipal. So could you elaborate that further? I mean, can there be a flow of medical students across the borders, because many of our students seek education in your country?
Thank you very much. Of course, the medical education in this country, like in Nepal, that was developed like when back in 1993, the then Prime Minister signed agreement with the Manipal group and then the DY Patil group. And like a whole of the medical education on the private sector was established. The curriculum which we had at that time was more of the curriculum which they were following in India. But it has been revised quite a lot, and then we have been adopting a problem-based learning pedagogy. So I think it's very well appreciated by many of the Indian professors also, because in early days we had most of our faculties from India again in medical education also. Of course, in the early days, even we had even more of our Indian and foreign students in our medical schools. But now even Nepal has a medical education commission, and there are quite a lot of restrictions or let's say regulatory authorities, regulatory requirements are there. Those who want to take medical education in Nepal, they have to appear entrance examination. The centralized entrance examination conducted by Medical Education Commission in Nepal itself. But there are some provision, like those students who have passed the NEET can also use that score to get admission here. But there are some practical difficulties because this Nepal Medical Education Commission has started its functioning only from last year, and then that also during the COVID period. So I believe like there will be some sort of understanding, and then we will devise a system where we can also ensure the quality of medical education, as well as that there will be a sort of a impartial selection process. So our medical establishment of medical education was through the foreign students coming here, and then now we have reached to certain state. Like for example, this MBBS program is recognized by MCI, this in the Indian system, but our PG, the MD, MS, and then MCH, DM, these are not recognized directly. So those sort of there is a discussion going on at the G2G level, like how can we recognize these degrees also. But anyway, I believe there will be sort of opportunity in the regional level, like how can we use the facility available wherever it is for the benefit of the new students. So that's my thought and then observation on this particular issue. Yeah, over to you.
Ambassador Gautam, with your vast experience as a diplomat, we just have a thought here that, like the Erasmus scheme that has been developed so well in the EU, where students can be mobile from one country to the other, can such a scheme be developed in India and its neighborhood? Because we would like this mobility of students in any disciplines, moving from one country to the other, gaining experience, doing internships in various organizations in those countries. So do you think that could be a possibility?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question, Dr. Vidya. The way I look at it and the way I approach this subject is that yes, at least initially, perhaps the government can do some kind of program like the Erasmus scheme, as you mentioned, where the EU is concerned. But eventually, any government's bandwidth is very small, is not that big. So I think that universities in our part of the world, not just in India, but across, must increasingly look at garnering their own resources or getting their own resources for such programs, whether it is faculty, whether it is students going to do a semester abroad or going to do teach a semester abroad or here in India. I think eventually we need to have the private universities or the universities themselves raise their own resources, because there is only so much that the government can give its resources for, and it has only a very narrow bandwidth where these things are concerned. So this has been the experience of China, where the universities have expanded their own resources, have expanded the money which comes to them from private sources rather than from government, and then expanded schemes of this kind. So that's the way I look at it in the long run. And I'll stop there, Dr. Vidya, and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Ambassador Gautam. And I'll just take this question forward to our friend in Colombo in Sri Lanka. When Ambassador Gautam Ambawale just spoke about, so rightly said by him, that, we should not wait for governments, but here we have, at least universities from 3 different countries and an ambassador from the 4th. So can we really look at collaborating with each other? And more so when Sri Lanka doesn't have much of collaborations with India, do you think that this could be an opportunity for you?
Of course, yes, certainly. And I would promote that as well. As I mentioned, it is very easy to connect, to bond with the region, because we understand each other. We don't have to explain too many things. We share the same values as well. So there's this bonding when you meet the citizens from the region. It's very easy to connect. Even we feel very much at ease because we understand each other. And this should be promoted, because I had this experience with the 10 students I took from University of Peradeniya and Kalaniya to Miranda House 11 years ago. How much they connected, how much they still keep this friendship and value it as well, and how much they treasure this 1 week experience that they had in New Delhi at that time. And also, as I mentioned, that's why I gave these examples as well, to have it cost effective, to make it cost effective. We can plan on virtual exchanges at the beginning and then move on to other exchanges later on as well. Of course, universities have some research funding as well, and earned funding as well, where you could have at least 1 or 2 scholarships for 1 semester mobility abroad, because cost of living is not that high as in Europe. And also the academics and administrative chance exchange, that is also very important. I think we have so much to learn from each other. As I said, we share the same values, but there's so much to learn from each other and how we function. We do not even have a common curriculum, but then it would be good to share the curricula as well and exchange some ideas to improve ourselves. We do that in the German studies, because my specialty is German studies. Because of the help that we get from the German Academic Exchange Service. But this should be explored further and expanded to other fields of study as well, because we belong actually to the region and we are a part of this region, but then we are one family. That's what I would emphasize here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. On a lighter note, let me tell you that Symbiosis celebrates 31st of July as the International Students' Day. And we have an international food festival along with many other cultural events. And let me tell you that the Sri Lankan stall for the food from Sri Lanka always wins the prize. So you know how intercultural exchanges also helps in bonding. So I'm glad that we had an excellent session. And I think this was for the first time we really focused on the neighborhood. And I wish to take this forward. I wish to accept Gautam Ambawale sir's suggestion of how universities can certainly start talking to each other, maybe reserve some funds within our universities to create a nice dialogue between us, and which will help our students as well as faculty members. So I end the session here and I hand over the moderator, Anita.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vidya. Definitely a session that's given us a lot to think about and a lot to do. We will take a short lunch break now, and we will come back at 2:45 for the next session, that is track 5, in which we will not only have a panel discussion, but we'll also see the launch of the Symbiosis Center for India-Australia Studies, where Consul General Peter Truswell will be joined by Dr. Vidya. So do join us back after lunch at maybe 2:43 or 2:44. We will start the session at 2:45. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You may still come, no? I'll just rename you so that you join me from here on.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Track 5, Fostering Dialogue for Interregional Cooperation, Australasia and India. In this track, first, we will also be officially inaugurating the Symbiosis Center for India-Australia Studies. India and Australia share many commonalities. Both are members of the Commonwealth of Nations. They share political, economic, security, and sporting ties, especially cricket. Foreign diplomatic relations between the two countries are very well established, and recently, we all are aware, this bilateral relationship has been further elevated. And higher education cannot be ignored, as it is a key sector holding great potential. Recently, the two countries have agreed to set up a task force to establish a framework for the mutual recognition of qualifications. At Symbiosis, we believe there could be no better time to launch this center. And we're deeply honored to have Mr. Peter Truswell, the Consul General of Australia in Mumbai, who has consented to be also the keynote speaker. At this point, I would also like to thank Dr. Monica Kennedy, Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner, Minister, Councillor Commercial, South Asia, and her office for their continuous support for this initiative. With these words, I would like to invite Dr. Vidya Rodekar, the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis, to give her opening remarks and her vision for this center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swati. My dear friend and the Consul General of Australia to India, Mr. Peter Truswell. My other friends from Australia, Ravneet, Elizabeth, Bringard, and others. My colleagues here at the university, Dr. Rajni Gupte, the Vice Chancellor, the Dean of Academics, Dr. Bhama, Dr. Anita Patankar. So today is a historic moment in the life of Symbiosis and this university, because we are launching the Symbiosis Center for India-Australia Studies. It's been long since Symbiosis as a university has been having relationships with Australian universities. And there are several universities in Australia that we work very closely with. I would like to take some of the names, of course, Deakin, Macquarie, University of Queensland, Edith Cowan University, University of Adelaide, Bond University, Swinburne University of Technology, and more recently, we've just started our dialogues with Melbourne University as well. And over the past many years, we've seen a lot of exchange of faculty members back and forth from these universities doing joint research amongst, a good amount of research that has been happening between these universities and our university. And of course, mobility of students, which of course is one-way traffic, I would say. We don't see as many Australian students coming here as much as Indian students wanting to go to Australia, either on a pathway program or for a semester abroad, or most of the times, on a full-time degree program in Australia. And there are several reasons to this, and we felt that probably we are not giving as much exposure to both the Indian and the Australian students, and that's what we felt that we should establish a Symbiosis Center for India-Australia Studies, so that not just the Indian students would know more about Australian universities, but even the Australian students will get to know more about Indian universities and more specifically about Symbiosis. We have a lot of such programs with other universities, primarily in Europe, and therefore we established a Symbiosis Center for European Studies. And we realized that when we institutionalize this collaboration with several universities into a center, that's when focused areas of work was getting done. The European Legal Studies program, and soon we will launch the European Studies program. So therefore, we see that with these kind of synergies between Australian universities and ours, we may even think of starting a few courses in Indigenous Studies of Australia in our School of Liberal Arts. So I see a lot of opportunities coming our way, as well as, opportunities for Australian universities to have a footprint here in India. With Deakin, our focus has been on women entrepreneurship. So we have a Symbiosis Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, which is a technology business incubator supported by the Government of India. And one wing of that is the Women Entrepreneurship Wing. And I'm very happy that Deakin is kind of hand-holding us, and we're doing a lot of work in these villages surrounding our university campus for women empowerment. So there can be several such opportunities that will come when a center gets established. And I can see the future of this center developing into very strong relationships, not just between universities, but between India and Australia. We all know that we would otherwise just fight with Australia on the cricket field. But now we see bilateral friendships happening where our prime ministers and, the Minister of Trade from both sides have signed agreements for deepening relationships in various areas, of course, trade and business, but more importantly, education as well. And therefore, in the backdrop of, the way governments have been talking to each other, the establishment of this center, I believe, is one important milestone, not just in the history of our university, but I would say in the history of India-Australia relationships. So once this center gets formally established today, we will definitely send a note to the Honorable Mr. Piyush Goyal, our Minister for Commerce, and of course to the Prime Minister's office as well as the Ministry of Education, so that they also notice that such a center has been established. So with these few words, I welcome all of you for a wonderful discussion on this, and of course the formal launch of this center. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya, for sharing your vision. I'm now going to request Mr. Truswell and Dr. Vidya to officially inaugurate the center.
Yes, here it is.
Right, we had to do this virtually, but of course, I think by next year, we would expect all of you all and invite you to come personally. By this time, the center will be also, we'll be doing a lot of activities. One of our partners, as Dr. Vidya has already mentioned, we do have a lot of partnerships with Australia. And one of our partners, the University of Adelaide, has sent in a short video to give their best wishes. So I request this video to be played.
Hello everyone. On behalf of the University of Adelaide staff and student body, I would like to offer my best regards and congratulations to Symbiosis International for staging this 6th annual conference on internationalization of higher education. I would especially like to express my sincere thanks to the Chancellor, Dr. S.B. Majumdar, Dr. Vijaya Verikar, Pro-Chancellor, and Dr. Rajani Gupta, Vice-Chancellor, for their commitment to this initiative. This year's theme, Interregional Cooperation for Effective Internationalisation of Higher Education, resonates for a number of reasons, but particularly in relation to the launch of the Symbiosis Centre for India-Australia Studies. The centre's launch is a significant milestone. At the institution level, it will help Indian and Australian universities forge closer and stronger bonds through collaborative research, joint study programs, and other activities. At the University of Adelaide, we greatly value our global partnerships and the opportunities this presents to foster stronger ties with our partners in India is something we're incredibly excited about. But the benefits stretch far beyond our respective campuses. Our relationships also strengthen the bonds between our nations, our people. They add an already rich cultural exchange spanning all areas of society, an exchange that has been happening for many, many years, and that, as our government's recently announced free trade agreement illustrates, will continue to grow for many years to come. We look forward to contributing to that growth by partnering with Symbiosis, and I have no doubt that we will achieve great things together. I will say goodbye now and leave you to enjoy the upcoming panel discussion chaired by Mr. Peter Truswell, the Australian Consul General based in Mumbai. Again, please accept our warmest congratulations on the opening of the Symbiosis Centre for India-Australia Studies. We wish you every success for the remainder of the conference and hope to have an opportunity to meet with you again in person soon. Thank you.
We do cherish this kind gesture. Mr. Peter Truswell, the keynote speaker for today, is a career officer with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, popularly known as DFAT, and was most recently the Deputy Head of Mission, Australian Embassy, Kabul. He has previously served overseas in Seoul and Australian Permanent Mission, United Nations, Geneva. In Canberra, he has served in recent director roles in DFAT with a focus on South Asia and consular operations, and previously served in the Department of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Request you, sir, to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Yeah, thank you so much, Swati. I hope you can hear me clearly.
We can, thank you.
Yeah, and my apologies, I don't have the right background. I couldn't get the technology to work. Look, thank you so much, Swati, for that kind introduction and the warm welcome. Before I begin my address, I'd like to convey my congratulations to Dr. Vijaya, to her team, to you, Swati, for that very impressive virtual launch of the Symbiosis Centre for India-Australia Studies. I was impressed by the way we could draw the curtains virtually. This has been a keenly awaited announcement, I must say, and it's been my great pleasure, and I know Monica Kennedy, my senior Austrade colleague's great pleasure, to be consulted closely as the centre was conceptualised and moved forward. And so it's wonderful to be here today to see it launched. And good afternoon today to the distinguished gathering of academics, educationalists and policy practitioners here today. I'm very pleased to be addressing this edition of the SIU AIU Conference on Internationalization of Higher Education. It's great to see some familiar faces, some new faces on screen today. And this isn't the first time, of course, that I've done something like this with Symbiosis and with other colleagues. So it's great that we're having frequent interactions of this kind, and that says something about the depth of the educational engagement between Australia and India as partners. To begin with, I'd like to reflect on how noteworthy the theme for this conference, Interregional Cooperation for Effective Internationalization of Higher Education, is in today's post-pandemic environment. I think in 2022, we are witnessing a very strong recovery in international student mobility and renewed interest in studying abroad. But the lack of opportunity to travel, which has been in the past so useful in creating international education synergies to date, and which has been curtailed, of course, by the pandemic, I think this has served as a reminder that our education systems don't work well in isolation, and that they will best thrive and will meet the benchmarks and objectives we aim to meet through closer and often in-person collaboration. Bringing together the diversity and differing strengths in our areas of expertise and better leveraging the talent that we possess in both directions I think makes for better quality outcomes in education and better prepares our youth for a truly global jobs and cultural world, which we can see now and more so in the future. And I'd echo, of course, Dr. Vijay's comment about how important it is to see our students moving in both directions between India and Australia and India. Another aspect is multi-stakeholder coordination between governments and university partners. That's an effective tool in catalysing broader interregional cooperation. And there can be few better examples of this than the India-Australia relationship. There have been decades of cooperation between our student, university, alumni and diaspora networks. And these have set a robust foundation for the government-to-government cooperation we're witnessing in the present. As again, Dr. Vijay said very, very clearly, and I agree with her comments. When looking through the conference schedule, I was pleased to see that an independent track has been dedicated to Australasia-India cooperation in higher education. You're probably well aware that Indian students make up the second largest cohort of international student enrolments in Australia. And we're keen to keep welcoming Indian students, academics, and researchers, and strengthening the ties between the youth of our countries and our educational institutions. Indeed, international education is one of Australia's great success stories. We've had over 3 million students educated in the past 20 years from international cohorts. And I believe we have some of the best universities in the world and a well-earned reputation for excellence in teaching and research. But equally, I and my colleagues, Monica and I'm sure other colleagues here today, are so impressed by India's higher education landscape. That truly is a testament to one of your great strengths, your young, highly skilled population, as well as the dedication and energy of institutions of the caliber of Symbiosis, a great partner. We're neighbours in the Indo-Pacific. Our countries face common challenges. They include things such as climate change, the emergence and impact of new technology, and as I'm sure we've been reminded in the last couple of months, the changing, and often difficult geopolitical dynamics, which have a broader impact, of course. All of these make us natural partners in knowledge creation, innovation, and research. And we've seen this, with over 9,000 joint research publications between Australia and India since 2017, hundreds of institutional linkages, and many other activities such as policy exchanges and the transnational education architecture that we've helped establish under the comprehensive strategic partnership that exists at a higher political level between our two countries. And but we shouldn't rest on our laurels. There's much more we can do. As a world-class education provider, Australia is well placed to partner with India across secondary, university, and vocational sectors. In the higher education area, we're very keen to work with Indian universities and education boards in internationalizing qualification frameworks, something that Dr. Vijay mentioned just now, building holistic curriculum, delivering skills training, and setting up best practices in research. And in this vein, I think India's new national education policy, the NEP, represents a strong opportunity for Australia and India to strengthen partnerships that truly reflect our shared values and will be critical to progressing the many mutual interests I've mentioned before. The Australian government has recently doubled down on its commitment to Indian students and the broader Australia-India education ecosystem. We recently announced what we call Maitri scholarships. These aim to support high-achieving Indian students to enable them to study at Australian universities. We have new, what we call Maitri grants and fellowships to build links between our future leaders and to collaborate on strategic research. And as mentioned before, the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, termed AI-ECTA, which is effectively an interim free trade agreement, and in fact the first free trade agreement that India has agreed with a developed country in a decade, so quite significant, that was signed only 2 weeks ago. And importantly, it delivers post-study work rights in Australia for Indian students, a mutual recognition framework for educational qualifications, and access for young Indians to participate in working holiday programs in Australia. All mechanisms to help, I think, the youth of our countries get to know each other and get to understand the two nations. So let me conclude by saying, look, with the many new initiatives, with the interest from multiple stakeholders to partner in education, research, skills and training, and against the backdrop of India's new education policy, it's so important to have dedicated centres such as this one, which was established only a few moments ago, that facilitate the growth of this relationship. Symbiosis International University has strong existing partnerships with many universities. We just saw one from South Australia, but there are many more, of course. The Symbiosis Centre for India-Australia Studies is a great step forward in institutionalising collaborative ventures between our universities, researchers and students. And I know for sure that the centre will quickly come alive with cross-learning opportunities, student exchanges, joint research, PhD programs, networking opportunities, and industry-academia linkages as expected by the leadership of the Symbiosis University. And under the visionary, let me say, the visionary guidance of Pro Vice Chancellor Vidya, and also Swati, who just spoke to you before. Our High Commission in New Delhi, our network of Consulate General across the country, our Austrade colleagues will definitely be supporting the Centre's endeavours and will, as Vidya mentioned earlier, we will make sure that we communicate its objectives, its importance to our government, to our educational institutions and to many others. So look, let me conclude here for now. And I look forward very much to hearing perspectives from the panel session chair and speakers, all of whom I know are experts in their fields. Thank you so much for this opportunity to make a few remarks.
Thank you so much for your valuable insights. And we really appreciate the support, guidance, and the mentorship, and also look forward in future. At this point, I would also like to take the opportunity from all of us to wish all of you a happy Easter Sunday, which is tomorrow, to all of you and all your loved ones. We now move on to track 5. And here we are going to hear perspectives from Australia, New Zealand, and India. The chair for this session is Ms. Bridget Freeman. She's a senior researcher with the University of Melbourne. Her academic areas of specialization include international comparative research on higher education policy and systems, internationalization, governance, institutional policy, and delegation. She's currently researching the impact of COVID-19 on higher education systems, practices, and has served as a consultant to the Australian and international organizations, including UNESCO, and has extensive publications to her credit. A visiting scholar at the Center for Studies in Higher Education at UC Berkeley and American Council of Education in Washington, D.C. Currently, she's a visiting scholar at the University of Gießen in Germany. Thank you, Bridget, over to you now.
Thank you very much, Swati, and to Symbiosis for inviting me to participate in the launch of your centre. The Australia-India Institute at the University of Melbourne warmly welcomes the launch of the Symbiosis Centre for India-Australia Studies and looks forward to the centre playing a thought leadership role in promoting interregional cooperation. This Track 5 panel discusses various ways in which dialogue for interregional cooperation can be fostered, particularly cooperation involving Australasia and India. After my brief introduction and presentation, there are 3 further speakers. Firstly, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Professor in Electrical Engineering and the immediate past director of IIT Delhi. Professor Rao is an educator, researcher, innovator, entrepreneur, and academic leader. We're then joined by Ms. Ravneet Pahar, Ms. Paha is Vice President, Global Alliances and CEO, South Asia with Deakin University, Australia. She is also President of the Australia-India Business Council in Victoria. The third and final speaker after me for this track is Dr. Elizabeth Rose. Dr. Rose is Research Chair Professor in Business Policy and Strategy at the Indian Institute of Management. After the speakers, we'll be taking some questions, so please feel free to put some questions into the chat box. Before proceeding to the other speakers, I'll briefly introduce today my thoughts on fostering interregional cooperation through diverse international research collaborations and innovative cross-border internships. As we're aware, in recent years, the Australia-India bilateral relationship has greatly matured, reflecting some shared geopolitical and economic drivers. Our governments have elevated the Australia-India relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership and very recently signed the Australia-India Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, or AICECA. This relationship is grounded in commitments to defence cooperation, trade in strategic exports and imports, as well as aspirations regarding increased investment. There's also a richness of our education and research cooperations. This education relationship supports this broader agenda, such that education and research aligned with defence, trade and investment objectives have special resonance. For example, cybersecurity, critical minerals, agriculture and pharmaceuticals. However, in addition to these mutually agreed strategic priorities, Universities Australia research from 2020 attests to the rich and growing connections between Australian universities and Indian higher education institutions. And these connections are around multiple science, technology, engineering and maths, or STEM, and humanities, arts and social sciences, or HAS, disciplines. My analysis from 2017 of the Universities Australia data suggests that most Australia-India memorandums of understanding traverse both STEM, social science and humanities disciplines. This includes engineering and technology, information and computing sciences, medical health and biological sciences in STEM, in humanities, culture and creative arts, and in social sciences, most of these connections or agreements tend to be in management and law. Our aspirations for interregional cooperation must accommodate the richness of our knowledge systems and shared endeavours. Ambitious agendas for increased global and interregional cooperation around education and research were highlighted in the Government of India's National Education Policy 2020. The NEP, which Mr. Trustwell alluded to, prioritises partnerships with high-ranked foreign institutions addressing global challenges. Cooperation between elite higher education institutions is very well illustrated by Australia-India joint PhD academies, most recently including India's Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research and the University of Western Australia. However, in addition to these joint PhD academies, Australia-India education-based cooperation includes collaborations with India's Tier 2 and Tier 3 specialist research institutions, comprehensive universities, and other higher education institutions. Collaborations are also emerging through cross-border education industry partnerships, for example, internships, or in Australia, we refer to work integrated learning, or WIL. Some of my research has focused on international research collaborations involving Australia and India. Studies on global science and internationalization have long highlighted the role of these international research collaborations in furthering interregional cooperation. My research with Dr. Andrew Ducha from the Australia-India Institute has identified, within the context of the Australia-India relationship, 7 good practices. This includes, firstly, physical mobility, particularly in the early stages of projects, then harnessing new communications technologies, which we've had much practice of in the last few years, undertaking a spectrum of research, collaboration, and teaching elements, a relationship built over time for the long term, a relationship built on mutual interests and complementary capabilities, understanding the diversity of India, and finally, visibility and consolidation of Australia's research strengths and focus on India. Aspiring to embed these good practices would accelerate our interregional cooperation ambitions. This will require attention to associated enablers, including research visa processing, support for physical and online people-to-people connections, such as the recently announced Maitri scholarships and fellowships, improved literacies about our respective countries, and increased recognition of the role of HAS, or humanities research in particular. It will also require the commitment of governments and institutions to academic freedom. I'd also like to briefly talk about Australia-India internships, or work integrated learning. In terms of education industry partnerships, my research with Dr. Karen Barker, which will be published shortly, has identified cross-border internship models involving industry, institutions, and students in rich learning partnerships, providing opportunities for interregional cooperation for skills, or VET, and higher education students is part of a forward-looking strategy for improving our bilateral relations involving industry going forward. The models developed through our research have the capacity to accommodate peer engagement through extracurricular activities, such as competitions, hackathons, and industry certification, as well as participation in online, onshore, and offshore internships with Indian host organisations. These models represent an important pivot to India-facing mobility for students of the Australian education system, and this would introduce some reciprocity into the flow of students and learning from Australia to India, which is vitally important, while at the same time strengthening education industry partnerships across and within our nation's borders. And just finally, in terms of learnings from the COVID-19 pandemic, interregional cooperation can also benefit from sharing our learnings as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The myriad ways in which higher education systems and institutions responded to and recovering from disruptions over these last 2 years. This is consistent with the joint statement on a comprehensive strategic partnership between the Republic of India and Australia. This joint agreement resolved to boost collaboration on science, technology, and research to support national COVID-19 responses. Our Higher Education in Emergencies group, involving Dr. Ian Teo in Australia, Professor Pider Lei in Chile, and Professor Dong Kim in Japan, has been analysing high-level recovery strategies in terms of geopolitics and jurisdictional contexts and shifts in system policy and regulation. We've developed a diagnostic lens to analyse these system-level domains, as well as domains focused on the institutional level. This includes financing, infrastructure, teaching and learning, research, pathways, governance and leadership, and human resources. There's much to learn from cooperating across our borders to explore these challenges in these critical system and institutional level domains to better prepare for other looming emergencies, such as climate change. Just in closing, we welcome the rich range of mutually beneficial opportunities for sustained interregional cooperation and look forward to working with Symbiosis further. Thank you very much. I'm just going to hand over now to Professor Rao, who will speak with us. Professor Rao.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. I have made a short presentation. I will share my slides and talk about that. So this is based on my experience of starting the UKIDOR, University of Queensland IIT Delhi Academy, which is now doing very well. And I just wanted to give a brief perspective. I mean, I'm also speaking maybe mostly on behalf of IIT system. There are 23 IITs, and that is what I'm well aware of. So now if you look at the Indian higher education and specifically where the IITs are headed, in the next, let's say 10 years, of course, we need to increase our enrollment, the gross enrollment ratio in our higher educational institutions. Currently, it's at 26%. It needs to go up to 50% as per the NEP. And IITs, for example, at IIT Delhi, we have doubled our intake, in the last 7 years. And now we are like something like 11,500 students at IIT Delhi. And that number used to be, around 5,000 for a very, very long time. So we are all increasing the intake in our institutions. And another major mandate now that is being put forth by the government of India is that, one wants to see at least 20 Indian institutions among the top 100 in the world. And the institutions of eminence scheme, which has been launched by government of India about 3.5 years ago, IIT Delhi is one of those institutions. So I think all these schemes are to take some of our institutions to the top 20 among the 100, in the 100 kind of rankings. And if you look at the research that is happening, India is a leading country. India is ranked 3rd in the world when it comes to knowledge generation, looking at the publications and all of that. And we are growing at 14% when it comes to the research output. But the biggest concern is that, we are not doing enough or we are not doing well on the innovation front. We are ranked 46th in the world when it comes to innovation. And even when it comes to protection of IP, we are ranked 35th in the world. So this is one of the concerns that we have, and that needs to change soon. Another major challenge for higher educational institutions, particularly institutions like IITs, is that we are not connected well enough with the societal problems. While we tend to do research, but much of this research doesn't really have, doesn't have much of a relevance to the country's problems. Most of the research is targeted towards publications in good journals and all that, which is what we should be doing. There is nothing wrong in that. But I think one of the things now government also wants is that higher educational institutions solve the societal problems, apply this knowledge that we generate to also improve the quality of life of a common man. Another thing which government is also very aggressively pushing is an inclusive education system that gives equal opportunities to socially backward communities. And we have been addressing it in a variety of ways, including the most recent one, which is for economically weaker sections. We have all now reserved 10% of seats in our institutions. And another thing is also about increased investments in higher education by industries. There are again multiple avenues for industries to do. Government is also in a way providing multiplier grants, and even the Prime Minister's fellowship scheme for PhD students is also to encourage industries to support PhD students. So this is also something that's happening. And another thing which government also wants us to do is develop India as an educational hub for international students. And there are multiple initiatives like Study in India program, Institutions of Eminence program. So these are the changes that you would expect in the next few years. And in fact, the NEP, the New Education Policy, also talks about something similar. And giving a push to innovation is, of course, very important right now. The Startup India, Stand Up India kind of initiatives of Government of India now are also giving a lot of encouragement to startups on our campuses. Having said that, IIT Delhi, my experience as head of the institute for 6 years at IIT Delhi. So during my time, for the first time ever, we signed 2 agreements for joint PhD programs, one with the National Chao Tung University in Taiwan, and other notably with the University of Queensland in Australia. And the University of Queensland Australia program is really scaling up very well. This year, we should be, in fact, in the next 3 months, we should hit that century. There will be 100 PhD students who are jointly supervised by faculty at IIT Delhi and the University of Queensland. And we also now have, our target is to reach at least 1/3 of these students to be supported by industries. And we have a CEO who is very aggressively working on that. And we already have many major corporates supporting students between India and Australia to the joint PhD program. This is in a way a success story, by any standards. In a matter of 2.5 years, reaching 100 student mark as joint PhD students is a pretty steep rise that way without compromising on the quality. I should also tell you one thing which it has done for IIT Delhi is many of these students who are joining the joint PhD program otherwise may not have joined IIT Delhi. So many of these were in a way prepared to go to US, and these are the students we have been able to attract into the system, and that way we are able to keep them in the system. So that is one good thing which I believe has happened because of the Queensland joining hands with IIT Delhi. At IIT Delhi, we also have started an international PhD program, fellowship program, and we have 500 PhD fellowships for international scholars. We have filled up about 100 of them, and we are still looking for 400 more PhD students. And some of the students coming from the neighboring countries, we're also in a way bringing them to the joint PhD program between IIT Delhi and the University of Queensland. We have also, of course, signed a large number of MOUs and all that. So a lot of things are happening on that front too. The potential for India and Australasia program, at least in the context of IITs, IITs need to improve the quality of graduate programs. And that's one thing where the joint programs will definitely be helpful. And like I mentioned, the UKIDAR program, we have been able to attract students who otherwise wouldn't have come to IIT Delhi for doing PhD. So I think that is where the joint PhD programs, in my opinion, have been pretty useful for us. And IITs are also looking for, all IITs I can tell you, are looking for joint PhD programs. So that's a great opportunity now, because IIT Bombay has done it with Monash University, IIT Delhi with Queensland University. So these two have been pretty successful. And now every IIT wants to do something similar. I think more Australian universities, joining hands with more IITs in the country and doing such joint programs, I think, in my opinion, will be a way to go. And PhD programs support we need to always find, because the PhD students don't pay any major fee, and but they can generate knowledge which can help boost the innovation ecosystem. So for that, connecting these joint PhD programs with the startups is also very important. That's something that we have done. So therefore, we have been very actively and aggressively looking for industry sponsorship of these joint PhD students, and also working on societal problems so that when they find a solution, we can help them start a company, and the equity that UKIDAR will hold, can get them some revenues back over a period of time. And it is also pretty affordable to do PhD in India. So joint PhD programs help in a way, because it costs on an average less than $, 10,000 per year per PhD student in IITs. And the same student in any other university, would have been much more expensive. And so joining hands with Indian universities, you can also scale up the PhD programs much more aggressively. That's one advantage. And also one thing I see missing right now is the semester exchange programs for undergraduate students. I mean, at IIT Delhi, it would have gone very well if any Australian university came forward and said, our students will come to you and your students can come to us. And we have a very competitive undergraduate program in all IITs. I think that is also the place where a semester exchange would have been useful. And I think for all of these, US is the main competitor. The best Indian students still want to go to US. I think that is something that has been happening for decades. But I think that is where creating networking opportunities, mobility for faculty, I think if we bring in the faculty into these collaborations, I think, and also build more institutional linkages, I think that way we can now orient many of these students who otherwise would have gone to US to come and join us. I think that is pretty important. Otherwise, just expecting that the students will come to Australia and not go to US is not going to happen unless we involve the faculty and institutions in the process, like what we have done in the case of University of Queensland IIT Delhi program. And India is also a large and diverse country, and joining hands with IITs, other good institutions in the country, in my opinion, is the best way to ensure the quality graduates to join these programs, because IITs at all levels, whether it is undergraduate or postgraduate, we have developed excellent selection processes. All these exams are pretty well organized and well conducted. I think using such avenues to attract good quality students into these programs is also pretty important. The research and development coupled with relevance of research to both the countries and startups to deliver the results to the society, I think that is one way we can create win-win collaborations for between our countries. And IITs now have a very thriving startup ecosystem, and we can actually make use of that. And India offers the scale for skills and technologies available in Australia, New Zealand kind of countries. And that's also an opportunity to connect our startups through some of these processes. The question always is who will fund these programs? I think that is where our UKIDAR initiative has shown that we can, of course, receive funds from government. We can receive funds from industry, which is happening more and more, and also the philanthropy. I think at some point we need to target all of these sources to support and scale up these joint PhD programs. This is my last slide. I think I would like to see more semester exchange programs with IITs and other institutions at the undergraduate level, joint degree programs with top Indian institutes with well-defined problem statements. I would like to see more of them. And I think Australia is missing out on PhDs from India or the postdocs from India. Many of them today go to Japan, Germany, other countries because they have these national fellowships, the postdoctoral programs, whether it is Humboldt fellowships or JSPS fellowships. I think Australia needs to start a postdoctoral program and attract a lot of high quality PhDs into some of these national postdoctoral program. I think that will also build more bridges between our institutions, and integrating the startup ecosystem in both the countries is going to be very useful. Involvement of, as I mentioned, corporates, philanthropists, and government is the key, and a grand challenge kind of an approach for research collaborations, because India has enough problems and so does Australia. I think identifying grand challenges and putting these teams to provide or develop solutions to these challenges faced in all these countries, I think that's a good approach to link our startups to the entire scheme. And IITs currently are looking at expansion, excellence, and equity as key drivers. Internationalization is on the agenda of all the IITs now. We're all aggressively looking for international partners. And I would think a great opportunity for higher educational institutions in India and Australasia to come together as part of these initiatives. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao, for sharing your insights about some of the ways in which Australia, India, interregional cooperation can be enhanced. I'd like to hand over to the next speaker, Ms. Ravneet Paha from Deakin University. Ravneet.
Thank you very much, Bridget, and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this wonderful session. I'd like to place a special thanks to Dr. Vidya and her team. Thank you, Swati and others. It has been a pleasure to be associated with Symbiosis for a very long time, and I have no doubt that with the future looking so bright, we will have a much stronger partnership with Symbiosis. It was wonderful to be a part of the launch of the center. So congratulations, Peter and the team. I think this was long coming. Symbiosis has always been a friend to Australia, but I think having an Australia-India center based out of Symbiosis is definitely going to help the Australian-Indian partnership. Australia-India education corridor is interesting. Education is the backbone to our relationship for Australia, which has been mentioned very specifically in the Australia-India economic strategy and the reverse of it. Australasian region now is a very, very strong powerhouse. And I think vast majority of students have studied in Australia in recent years and have come back to the Indian shores to contribute back to the Indian economy. If statistics are any proof, before COVID-19, there were close to 100,000 Indian students in Australia, and the Indian diaspora in the country has now crossed 750,000. The pandemic has only served to prove our fragility and our interconnectedness. Urgent actions taken collectively is needed to change course and reimagine our futures. This act of reimagining, in my mind, means working together to create futures that are shared and interdependent, and to look at the world problems, which has been mentioned before. I think it's really important for organizations, institutions, and governments to come together to really think about the world problems and a way and a measure to resolve them. The internationalization of higher education has evolved the education sector into globally an interconnected knowledge-based economy. Key international partnerships with academia and knowledge exchanges with collaborators are crucial to building the regional and interregional cooperation for peace and prosperity. I think a very important point that my previous speaker mentioned was engagement in research. Over the past decade, we've seen the growth in a number of university arrangements between Australia and India. I come from Deakin University. Deakin University was the first university to set up an office in India in the year 1994. We are about to celebrate our 30 years of engagement with India. And in this process, we have been able to form some very productive partnerships with Indian institutions for education, research, training, and interesting projects. We have about 150 to 180 PhD students in India at any one point of time, and we have a joint center of excellence based out of IIT Madras and IIT Hyderabad across looking at smart manufacturing and lightweighting, where the projects that we take are supported by Indian industry. We also have a joint center with TERI, where we have close to 50 PhD students at any one point of time. And this is looking at smart agriculture. And we have various other key partnerships in the area of research and engagement. And I totally agree that the way to go forward is to really put an effort from both institutions to create a joint corridor by way of joint doctoral programs in conducting research and outcomes, creating an ecosystem and thereby looking at societal benefits. This has helped in fostering the Australia-India education corridor and capacity and research capital through these very crucial collaboration. I think it is really important to say that if we are focusing on this corridor, if we are focusing on the Australia-India relationship, the Australia-India Economic Strategy 2035 highlights the key aspects of cooperation, right from looking at climate change to manufacturing, to critical technologies, critical minerals, and so forth. I think the recently signed Australia-India pre-harvest agreement will facilitate extending the various paths of collaboration between the two countries. The National Education Policy 2020 also provides a framework for Australian institutions to work much more closely with Indian institutions, not just for research, but also for education programs. And I think Symbiosis Institution is a leader in its own right in looking at intercollaboration between institutions. And I am very, very happy to say that it is going to be a pleasure to be able to launch a center hub of Deakin University in Symbiosis in the near future. Building on the education trade and recently concluded Australia-India ECTA, I think the Maitri scholarships, which were mentioned before by Peter Trustwell and my other colleagues, and I think various other initiatives of the government is going to go a long way in helping not just the economic, but also the academic and the cultural ties between our two countries. How regional cooperation has risen in economic, educational, and cultural dimensions has convincingly indicated that new models of higher education governance are now emerging in India, marked by evolving traits of regulatory regionalism. We need to be mindful of some of the implications for the future, given the dynamic strategic situation in the Indo-Pacific for the future of Australasia and India dialogue. The Australasia-India dialogue is growing to become more of a partnership. How can this be fostered further? India is growing economically and will soon be more confident a region, both in pursuing its own interest as well as growing its partnership with Australasia and tackling the international agenda. I think if you look at what India has done in the last 2 years, you will realize that India has not only just looked how to support its own citizens, it has also looked how to be a very active player in the region, whether across healthcare, whether across education, whether across working in innovation. Interregional cooperation should not look to complement and not replace strategic bilateral relations amongst nations, especially amongst India and Australasia, more in the case with Australia. Building and fostering strong cooperation across areas in economic, trade, investment, and people-to-people ties will go a long way between the Australia-India relationship. In my role as the Australia-India Business Council President for Victoria, in the last 3 months, I've seen a whole lot of interest from Indian companies looking at Australia and Australian companies looking at India, whether we are looking at agriculture or whether we are looking at dairy or we are looking at the FMCG. I think this is itself a testament of the cooperation between the two countries. More broadly, the Indian region is a region that promises many exciting economic opportunities for Australia and Australasia in the broader scope of interregional cooperation. And I think the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership 2020 as well, between Australia and India, education, trade corridor, and people-to-people ties, are all these bilateral aspects will enhance the cooperation. I think in the backdrop of the national education policy, which I know Vidya has been a very active part of, it does define more cooperation. It does define student mobility. I would encourage a lot of the Australian institutions to closely look at a win-win situation where Australian students can come and spend time in India in this growing economy, and Indian students can spend time in Australia. I think semester abroad, which was mentioned recently by my previous speaker, is a very, very important part of cooperation. I also think that focusing on internationalization of curriculum between the two institutions is also a very important part of our cooperation. The new education contract that we form in a post-pandemic era, my dear friends, must unite us around collective endeavors and provide the knowledge and innovation needed to shape a sustainable and a peaceful future for all anchored according to the social, economic, and our environmental agendas. Thank you very much for having me part of this panel. I think it's a very, very strong panel between the Australia-India relationship, and with my colleagues from University of Melbourne and others, it's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paha, and Deakin University's long-standing relationship with India is renowned in Australia, and we're very pleased to have had your contribution at this panel. Thank you very much. We now move to the final speaker for this track, Dr. Elizabeth Rose. I will hand over to you.
Thank you, Bridget. Namaskar and kia ora. I'm from the other part of Australasia. So basically, first of all, congratulations to Symbiosis. It's on the launch of the center. It's lovely to see some familiar faces after quite a long time. And I'm very, very happy and looking forward to seeing this grow. I'm a professor at Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, but I'm speaking to you from New Zealand, which is where I'm currently living. So, I'm representing New Zealand for the moment. And as I was thinking about what to say, I've been aware for a very long time now. I had been teaching outside. I'd been working outside of New Zealand for 4 years prior to joining AIU. But I have a lot of experience with New Zealand universities, and India is my happy place. So I do think that there are important linkages to be had. And it struck me for a very long time that New Zealand simply doesn't pay enough attention to India, whether it's in industry, whether it's in education. It's just, New Zealand doesn't think enough about India. We're way, way behind Australia in this regard. And I was trying to think of why. And I'd actually been trying to think of this for a long time, but decided to do my research thing and look up some data for once. And it's sort of understandable. You know, generally speaking, New Zealand's attention is elsewhere. If you look at trade, China, Australia, the EU, and the US account for 61% of New Zealand's total trade, and about the same proportion of the all-important total exports, because New Zealand is a very export-driven market. India actually only stands in 11th place in terms of total trade, eighth place for exports, representing 1.6% of New Zealand's total trade and only 12% of the trade that exists between New Zealand and China. So, you know, it's just New Zealand's attention is not on India. Over recent decades, New Zealand is focused in a business sense very, very much on China, which is actually quite a good fit with respect to some of New Zealand's key industries that provide sources of foreign exchange earning. Dairy, we do meat, we do wood, raw timber usually, we do tourism, and we do education. And so China has been a logical partner. But I think New Zealand has probably made a strategic decision I wouldn't have recommended, not that they asked me, in terms of focusing very heavily in one direction rather than taking a more probably useful portfolio approach. But there's another important difference with respect to New Zealand and Australia, and that has to do with size. You know, in terms of population and especially economy, Australia is much more important to New Zealand and always will be than New Zealand is to Australia. We're kind of the little sister, even though we do refer to Australia as the West Island. Sorry, guys. And so, you know, it's just, New Zealand is much more tied. We sort of tag along Australia to a degree, although we haven't been tagging along enough in terms of focus on India, particularly with respect to education. And in terms of education, New Zealand very much seems to be in catch-up mode with respect to the Indian market for international students. This became very, very clear to me when I took up the role of Associate Dean International for the University of Otago's Business School in 2014, back when I was teaching in the same place where I lived. And I was shocked, I was amazed. And the thing is, international education is a very, very big deal for New Zealand. Pre-COVID in 2019, international student fees amounted to in excess of $1 billion New Zealand dollars, which is way more rupees than I can count. In 2019, there were over 13,000 Indian passport students in tertiary education in New Zealand, but only 2,800 of them were at universities. And these numbers represent about 15% of all international students during tertiary study in New Zealand, and only 10% of those at universities. And I think this is a massive missed opportunity for New Zealand and for Indian students who are looking to study overseas, and was actually kind of a nice place. Now, I do understand, I get it, that New Zealand is not the first choice for Indian students. It's not the United States, it's not the UK, it's not Australia. There's the issue of reputation or the perceived value of the degree if students want to come back to India. There's the potential for employment, which frankly is not nearly as good in New Zealand as it is in Australia. And there's distance. There are no direct flights from New Zealand to India. Trust me on this one, I know. And that just makes it a step farther that is a barrier, I think. And then to make things more complicated, at least in terms of business schools, the postgraduate system in the two countries are different enough to make articulation agreements a little bit difficult and awkward. I know, I've tried these. So students need to be particularly interested and keen on New Zealand as a destination. And many of the Indian students coming to New Zealand seem to be focusing more on residence than on academic education. Sorry, I'm a research nerd. I'd rather see people focusing on academic education. I'm not saying that this isn't a legitimate choice, but I think it's a loss for New Zealand universities. There are not as yet very many truly effective academic links between India and New Zealand in terms of research-based collaboration, which I think is really, really important. There is a fairly recent agreement between IIT Delhi and the 8 universities in New Zealand, creating a New Zealand research center at IIT Delhi. I don't know how that is played out in practice, but I bet Professor Rao knows quite a lot about this. It was signed in 2020 and things have obviously been a little messy since then. And in fact, New Zealand's borders are still pretty much closed to the rest of the world for the next few months. But I think this is really important because in my experience, really valuable and productive research links tend to be driven by individual relationships. That's how they get started. It's pretty hard to tell academics what they should be working on. It's pretty hard to tell academics anything. But I think that useful collaborations are based on individual people working together and it builds up from there. And not many New Zealand academics, at least in my broad area of business, and I've taught at 3 New Zealand universities, have a lot of familiarity with the Indian context, which I personally think offers up endless fascinating research questions. And I think that having more Indian students, especially at postgrad level, would, whether it's students studying in New Zealand or joint supervision relationships or joint degree relationships, that would allow a lot more New Zealand academics to gain exposure to India as a research context through informal interaction and especially research collaboration, research supervision that leads to collaboration. Thinking about it, my own research trajectory has been influenced very, very strongly by my experiences of supervising students. Things I'm now known for, such as research on international entrepreneurship, innovation, and knowledge and emerging markets, those all were started, those were sparked by supervising students. And in fact, I'm now about to start handling, serving as an editor for an FD50 journal in international entrepreneurship. And that's, again, it's based on, that was sparked by a student that I was supervising. Postgrad students, especially doctoral students, can also facilitate linkages with Indian universities and institutes that are kind of difficult that can maybe difficult to start elsewhere. So fundamentally, I would really like to see New Zealand institutes of higher education engaging a lot more with India as a source for research collaboration and learning, rather than as a source of full fee paying students, which hasn't even done very effectively to date. I think that both India and New Zealand are experiencing a real ramping up of expectations with respect to research and publication, which means that academics have common goals. In many fields, New Zealand and Indian academics have pretty complementary skills and capabilities, which means there's a lot of synergy that can produce better research. And top-level Indian institutions are already doing really excellent work on some issues that are extremely important to New Zealand's economic future, such as high-tech stuff that I don't understand very much, but again, Professor Rao will know about. But this is happening in India, and I think that not having access to this is a problem for New Zealand. Now, making this happen is going to require resources in terms of time, funding, coordination with government agencies, the facilitation of relationships. None of this is easy, I know, and the track record to date is not great, but I am absolutely confident that the potential benefits far outweigh the costs. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose, and presumably from beautiful Dunedin in New Zealand, where we have very fond memories.
Stewart Island, actually.
Stewart Island, even better. Thank you so much for your insights, particularly for raising the issue about the amount of attention our countries, New Zealand, Australia and India, in fact, pay to each other in many different levels of our different sectors, and also raising the issue about reciprocal exchanges and global pathways for international students, and the importance of different aspects of research collaboration and research supervision. Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. We're now going to turn to questions and answers. We have about 6 minutes. We have a question for Professor Rao from Dr. Kotija, who is the Dean of Engineering at Symbiosis. And Dr. Kotija asks whether with the joint PhD academies there is benefit in concentrating institution to institution programs with very many students. So one institution to another institution with, for example, 100 PhD students, as you've given in some of your examples, or whether there is benefit in one institution diversifying and connecting with many, for example. So Symbiosis University, as I understand it from the question in the chat box, has joint PhD arrangements with 14 universities. Professor Rao, would you like to comment on some of the benefits of either of these different models, please?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I know about the other aspect of having multiple universities where you spread out your students. At least the advantages I see having fewer partners. At IIT Delhi, for example, we consciously decided in each continent we will have one academic partner, and we will then engage with this partner and then develop deeper kind of collaborations. That is what we have been doing. For example, the University of Queensland thing, the way it worked was we formed this academy, the UKIDAR as we call it, University of Queensland IIT Delhi Research Academy. We appointed a CEO. The CEO, there is a budget for the CEO. So we have a full-fledged office right now, which manages the collaborations between the two universities. Both are large universities. At IIT Delhi, we have now close to 700 faculty members, and same is true at University of Queensland. UQ, being a more multidisciplinary university, is much larger. So I think we don't see a need for having multiple universities in one country. I think right now, the way we are also doing is we have tried to connect our faculty at the two places, and we are now writing joint proposals. We are approaching industries with these joint proposals, and all of that we could not have done if there are 10 universities we are partnering with. I think the deeper engagement between two large universities, I think probably has its own advantages. So our target is, in each country we would like to identify such collaborating universities and take things forward. But at some point, maybe one can try having more than one. So I don't know.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. And if anybody else has another question in the chat box, then we'd certainly welcome that. We have one other question that concerns quality and benchmarking opportunities. The panel members have spoken about a range of collaborations in teaching and learning, and in research and research training. I'm wondering whether you have a view about some benchmarking exercises that may have been undertaken with institutions in our different countries that have contributed to quality improvements.
I think if I may come in here, Bridget, I guess in the education and teaching space, both our accrediting systems have been talking to each other, the Australian and the Indian parts, and they've been looking at the NQF and the AQF to see how we marry the two systems so that there is equivalence and that there is a quality assurance across both sides. I think it will take some time for the results to be, I think, put out, but I do think that the system in place is a robust one, and that institutions that are interested to look at joint programs between India and Australia can connect with the NQF and the AQF to see what quality assurance exercises can be undertaken. We've done that in the past, and that has been quite helpful to us.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ravneet. Professor Rao or Dr. Rose, did you have any other final comments that you'd like to make, either in response to those brief questions or in response to other speakers' presentations before we sum up in about 2 minutes' time?
I don't have any other comments.
Okay.
No, all right. Thank you, Bridget, for sharing this so well.
I would just like to say heartiest congratulations to Symbiosis. And Dr. Vidya, thank you so much for being such a friend to Australia. And I'm really looking forward to working with colleagues and friends at the Symbiosis University.
Yes, thank you very much. And certainly from me, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this track and to connect with Symbiosis and the other speakers. Just in summing up, the speakers have emphasised the importance of interregional cooperation in terms of economic and other strategic agendas, and also highlighted the richness and varied ways in which cooperation has emerged that both align with and support these strategic high-level objectives to reflect our broader learning and research and indeed community and inclusivity agendas. And the speakers have emphasised the importance of coming together to address shared global problems, including both COVID-19 and climate change going forward. They've recommended the cooperation of Australia and New Zealand improve and be ramped up, with our countries looking to each other increasingly for joint corridors, as Ravneet termed it, covering a range of collaborations. This would include Indian students continuing to travel to or study with institutions in Australasia, including New Zealand, and importantly, reciprocity with this, so that students from Australian systems would travel to India for studies. And also importance of international research collaboration. Professor Rao highlighted where India's higher education system is headed, growth in international collaborations, particularly around joint PhDs, which at this point represents a key juncture of the collaborative trajectory. More needs to be done in terms of undergraduate semester exchanges, joint degrees, qualifications recognition, postdoctoral programs, and collaborative startups. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us, thank you for welcoming us, and thank you for participating. Over to you, Swati.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for summing it up so beautifully. Thank you to the speakers. And I think, the practical aspects and insights that you've shared are going to really assist this center in, may I say, fostering cooperation, forging partnerships, and while still enhancing the domestic capability. So thank you so much. Now we will have a short break of around 13 minutes. We start sharp at 4:15, and track 6 focuses on strengthening bridges through student-faculty engagement, where we will, have experiences from sharing from students and faculty. So please be with us, and we will be back at 4:15 IST. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I please request the IT team to stop the music here? Thank you. Okay, it's almost time, and a very, very good afternoon to good evening kind of a time. My name is Ruchi. I am the director of the Symbiosis Institute of Media and Communication, and it is a pleasure to be a part of IHE in this particular way. It has been a lovely discourse over the last two and a half days, like precisely, and I think multiple conversations. But what a pleasure to be hosting a session which mainstreams the voices of faculty and students who have been a part of these collaborations, who have been on the field, who have been actual recipients, beneficiaries, as well as facilitators and catalysts in this whole collaborative ecology that the whole conference has been discussing over the 2.5 days that have passed. Very enriching discussions, I think equally exciting questions, but what this session particularly promises is equally exciting conversations when students and teachers come together. So it is my honor, and I am delighted to welcome you all, which is the last session of the conference, and we have it's not a very long session, so I will keep the introductions and the overview of the session a little shorter, but just to welcome you all to this last session, which is titled Strengthening Bridges Through Student-Faculty Engagements. This chair will be, this session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Bhama Venkataramani, who is the Dean Academics and Administration at Symbiosis International University. Before I hand over the proceedings to Bhama ma'am, I will take this opportunity to introduce the panelists for the session, which I see most of them have joined us already on the session. But before I introduce all the panelists, let me give you a very brief introduction of Dr. Bhama. Dr. Bhama, who is the Dean Academics and Administration at Symbiosis International University, contributes to framing policies and monitoring outcomes desired and articulated by the university overall. Dr. Bhama very, interestingly holds a PhD in finance from the University of Pune. She has been into teaching and academic administration for over 3 decades now. While the other things that Dr. Bhama does are something that we at Symbiosis are extremely aware of, but just to kind of help you understand, she traverses this very interesting boundary between academics and administration very seamlessly, if I can put it in those words. But very interestingly, to contextualize her contribution to the whole scenario of internationalization of higher education, Dr. Bhama has represented SIU in an Erasmus Plus funded project, which focused on quality management in higher education institutes in India. And she was also nominated by Obria Global to interact with the partners of the Vita Global Project Modularization of Curriculum to promote flexibility and internationalization. Dr. Bhama would be chairing the session and taking the proceedings forward. But I would like to also introduce very briefly the other panelists on the sessions. I would first introduce the faculty, the professors. And the first person I'd like to introduce is Professor Priyankar Upadhyay, who is the chairholder, UNESCO Chair for Peace and Intercultural Understanding at Banaras Hindu University. Professor Upadhyay, it is my privilege to welcome you. He has over 4 decades of experience in teaching and leadership positions, and his most remarkable achievement has been this contribution to envision and nurture the Malviya Center for Peace Research, where he currently holds the UNESCO Chair for Peace and Intercultural Understanding, and he serves on the UNESCO Committee of Interreligious Dialogue and Intercultural Understanding. He also has multiple fellowships to his name. Because of the paucity of time, I would not list all the fellowships because the list is really, really prolific and long. But sir, it is a pleasure to have someone like you with so many fellowships, with the experience of so many publications in journals, from books ranging from Oxford University Press to Manchester University Press to Sage to Rutledge, and then his forthcoming volume, which is on interreligious dialogue, good practices, challenges, and future directions, which is soon to be published by UNESCO this year. I think his contribution to this panel is something that we are looking forward to. I welcome you on behalf of Symbiosis, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Rajesh Tandon, who is the co-founder and president of Participatory Research in Asia. He is an internationally acclaimed leader and practitioner of participatory research and development, and is the founder president of this organization, which is Participatory Research in Asia, which is a global center for participatory research and training. He's also the co-chair of the UNESCO Chair in Community-Based Research and Social Responsibility in Higher Education. Sir has been an alumnus of IIT Kanpur, IIM Kolkata, and also has a PhD in management from Case Western Reserve University, USA. Dr. Tandon has been the recipient of the Nehru Literacy Award for his distinguished work on gender issues, and this is something that I specifically wanted to mention. The Government of India has also honored him with the prestigious award in social justice, and the University of Victoria, Canada had awarded Dr. Tandon the degree of law in June 2008, and he's the first Indian to be inducted to the International Adult and Continuing Education Hall of Fame. He's also the first Indian scholar to be inducted in the Academy of Engagement Scholarship. Welcome to Symbiosis. I would now like to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Madhu Chitkara, who is the Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University, India. Dr. Madhu Chitkara is a teacher by heart, and education is something that she describes as the mission of her life. She's currently holding the position of Pro-Chancellor of Chitkara University campuses and has an overall experience of over 4 decades. She has been the recipient of several awards by the state government, by the national government, pertaining primarily to teaching and also in the spaces of entrepreneurship. We welcome you to this panel and look forward to hearing you, Dr. Chitkara. Now I would like to introduce the 3 students who are going to be talking about their experiences on this panel. We have Anirudh Inamdar from the Manipal University. Anirudh is currently an Erasmus Plus student at the School of Educational Sciences at the Tallinn University in Estonia. He has a specialization in education research, and he's currently pursuing his final year of MA in European Studies from the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. He's very interested in subjects on economics of education, education policy, higher education governance and research. And he's also worked on the qualification framework for harmonization in higher education during his internship at a public policy center. A few publications to his credit already. He's also working on, the topic of publication pressure among Indian academics, which is also a topic of his master's thesis. We also have amongst us Aisha John, who is a student of the Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts at Symbiosis International University. She's a 4th year liberal arts student with a major in psychology, and she's doing her double minors in economics and international relations. She's hoping to pursue a career in psychology, and she wants to integrate mental health resources and increase their accessibility in the social sector in India. Looking forward to hearing you, Aisha. And finally, we also have somebody from Argentina with us, and that is Miss Chiara Prigion. Chiara is an engineering student. She is doing her engineering in natural renewable sources at the University of National de Cuyo in Mendoza, Argentina. And very interestingly, Chiara has had her first international experience with a Fulbright scholarship that she got. I think we have a very, very exciting and lineup here, and really looking forward to this extremely participative panel, which will close this conference on a high note today. On that note, and on behalf of the Symbiosis International Deemed University and everyone here, I welcome you to this session, and I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Bhama to take the discussion forward.
Thank you so much, Ruchi. Thank you very much. It is indeed a pleasure to be chairing this session where we have such accomplished panelists. Greetings of the day to all present here, to our panelists, and to all the ladies and gentlemen present here. I do believe that this conversation will be one that you will all be able to relate to. Many of you being faculty and students, you will all be able to relate to this session. You will find many answers to some of the questions that you've asked yourself or discussed with your friends or colleagues. So let's go on with the session. This track is about strengthening bridges through student-faculty engagements. Strengthening bridges between universities within the region, between universities across the region, with the industry and the local community, all of which will add to the quality of learning process and the internationalization of higher education. Let me start with my experience as an Erasmus Plus, my experience with an Erasmus Plus project in which SIU was a partner. Professor Bharati, Swati, and I represented SIU in this project. It was a capacity building project called IQAMBI, Enhancing Quality Assurance Management and Benchmarking Strategies in Indian Universities. So who were the partners here? It was led by the University of Barcelona. Dr. Nicolas Petrici, who was one of our panelists yesterday, he was the project leader for this project. And the University of Barcelona had partnered with ANECA, which is the counterpart of NAC in Spain. And then we had the University of Roma, La Sapienza from Italy. We also had the KTH from Sweden. We had KTH from Sweden. We had the University of Nicosia from Cyprus, and of course the University of Montpellier from France. From India, it was led by NAC, and the other universities from India were Jadavpur University, the IIT Madras, Shivaji University, University of Mysore, Mangalore University, and one college affiliated to Bangalore called the EduLink, Asia Institute of Gaming and Animation. So what did we do over the last, this project lasted for about 3 years, and what did we do over the last 3 years? So we participated in a whole range of activities. We conducted 2 surveys, pan-India surveys, on quality practices on higher education in India and data management practices on higher education in India. We attended training programs in Stockholm, Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, and at IIT Madras. We hosted 2 conferences, quality management conferences at SIU. We developed a toolkit, a quality management and benchmarking toolkit, which was tailored to meet the requirements of each of the Indian universities. So Symbiosis, we created a toolkit that would suit our requirements. We interacted with faculty and administrators of HEIs of other universities in India and abroad. What was the outcome of all of this? There was, of course, immense learning from each other. Even before this project had commenced, SIU for a long time had been wanting to set up its own quality management and benchmarking department. We wanted to set our own quality standards and not look at quality as something that we'll have to react to, maybe what NAC wants or maybe what NIRF wants. We wanted to set our own standards, benchmarks. And this project was, very timely. We had already created a framework to evaluate performances of our institutions called the Outcome Metrics and Performance Indicators, the OMPI we call it. And this OMPI was created to suit our requirements, to measure indicators that were important to us. Now, with this exposure and learnings from the project, we established a quality management and benchmarking department. And we also built on this OMPI that we had already created to make it more robust. We now have an advisory board for the QMB, which has experts from India and abroad. And we very recently articulated our quality policy. In short, the IQAMBI experience and the people we met helped us strengthen the quality ecosystem at SIU. That was not all. Our collaborations increased. We have initiated or forged further collaborations with KTH Sweden, with Oberoi Global, and even with and even within the country, we have already initiated collaborations with Jadavpur University, Mangalore University, Mysore University, where our computer science department and our Institute of Technology, the faculty from these 2 institutes are working very closely with the other universities here. We have established the India chair of the Global Observatory, the India chapter, and Dr. Vidya is the first chair of this chapter. Along with Global Observatory, the Oberoi Global Observatory, we've been able to strengthen our relationship with several regional associations. So our collaborations have definitely increased and have become more robust. At a personal level also, I benefited much more, got much more from this experience than I ever thought I would. I visited several universities and interacted with administrators, faculty, and non-teaching staff. Got more comfortable working in a multicultural setup, explored more cuisines, though there were very limited options for vegetarians. And above all, I made a lot of friends, both within and outside the country. Today, I know that they're all just an email or a WhatsApp away, should I ever need their support or guidance. I'm sure that other faculty who have participated in such projects will have very similar experiences to share, whether they have participated in COIL, for example, or students who have participated or benefited out of such programs, projects of UKV, Erasmus, Fulbright, or such others. There is really no doubt that such international experiences are very enriching academically and culturally. But it is important to ponder on what proportion of our students or teachers the world over are really getting these opportunities. Fortunately, internationalization at home is often recommended as an alternative. Supporting internationalization at home, what Jane Knight says is, internationalization is all about integrating international, intercultural, or global dimensions into the purpose, functions, and delivery of post-secondary education. So what we have all arrived at is a consensus where we believe that internationalization of higher education is really necessary. There are other questions revolving internationalization, one of which is, does internationalization of higher education really mean a westernized, largely Anglo-Saxon, and predominantly English-speaking paradigm? Jones and Hans David very clearly disagree and observe that internationalization need not mean westernization. But there is another school of thought, another group, which have taken the conversation to a different level, to the next level, and they strongly advocate decolonization of internationalization. Decolonization of internationalization of the curricula. The proponents highlight that there is a need to decenter hegemonic Western knowledge and recenter indigenous knowledge systems. Of course, this paper, Jansen in this paper talks about Africa specifically, but it is applicable to other colonized countries also. So to take us through the maze of these discussions, through the imperatives of education for global citizenship, share their lived experiences with us, and to help us understand how engagement between the local and the global is also an imperative in the process of internationalization of higher education, we have with us an esteemed panel of accomplished faculty and students. Dear panelists, we are very happy to have you all amidst us today. We will have this discussion over 2 rounds. The first round will be for about 5 minutes, and the second round will be for about 3 minutes. Let me start with Professor Upadhyaya. Professor, yesterday in one of our sessions, our Chancellor, Dr. S.B. Muzumdar, spoke about the need for internationalization of education, the need for education to open one's mind, an education that helps us understand and accept diversity, appreciates the need for eventually bringing out the goodness in people, and not just honing skills and imparting knowledge. He mentioned that education must be such that it makes more and more people believe in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Can you share your thoughts on what you think are the imperatives of education for global citizenship?
First of all, thank you, Professor, for giving us a very good preface to the imperative of internationalization of education. There is so much to share, and there is still so much to learn. We in India, although we have had a long lineage, a long tradition of global education, at least the aspirations were there, starting with Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to what we have today, to the Gandhian precept of keep your windows open. But let me begin with the precept, the understanding that it's very important for us to believe that education is transformation. And it is transformation not only in terms of the economic and the job related issues, but also in terms of learning other cultures and also empowering sections of the society that deserve to be attended. In particular, I would very quickly, the time is short. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, education is a standalone goal. Not only it's a standalone, it's a connected goal. I mean, these 17 points tell us that education relates to practically everything, to peace, to the gender situation, to climate change, and so on and so forth. But then how do we go about unless we have a global perspective? Because what is happening is that despite global connectivity, there is a rise of this myopic kind of parochialism also. I mean, these days I hear a lot about Indian knowledge system. It's a great idea, grand idea, nothing against it. But this Indian knowledge system must also find its meaning vis-a-vis other cultural attributes. Like, for example, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam goes well with the idea of Ubuntu. But how to go about it? I think having served a major university for almost 40 years and the last year, especially as the senior consultant of international collaboration, my sense is that we have to develop very strongly in areas of humanities and social sciences, which is something lacking. I mean, the only way in the international students, the interaction takes place is through an age-old Wisconsin program. In Banaras particularly, I would say that we have had this grand tradition of informal kind of exchange programs like the college year in India by Wisconsin that ran very successfully for almost 30 years, but now it's gone because of all kind of situations and it's a different kind of narrative to talk about. So these informal programs are there. Universities are trying hard to bring in students, but the challenge is how do we attract them? I mean, in case of, I'll tell you the example that the UNESCO chair that we have at Banaras Hindu University, and especially a Center for Peace Research, we have had several MOUs with several lead universities, including in North America and Europe. And mostly their students and faculty will come here, but there'll be no funding available for our students to go there unless we go in for fellowships like Linnaeus Palme or Erasmus, and our students benefit a lot. I would say, and my own experience is, that interaction with foreign students and faculty really enlightens us in terms of a more open kind of mindset, which is so very necessary for the development of personality. So as I said, there is so much to say, so much to learn, but 5 minutes is 5 minutes. So let me stop here and congratulate you and also Symbiosis for taking up these ideas relentlessly. I remember just, I think a month back or even less than a month back, I was asked to give a lecture at Symbiosis, of course online, on Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I mean, the challenge is how do we put it in practice? How do we make India a destination for all those people who are, who love this global education? And by the way, I'm very happy that Dr. Rajesh Tandon is here. The two of us together were part of a UGC very dedicated program on developing global citizenship education. I think this is a program that opens a window to all public and private university, and I look forward to more conversations about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Upadhyaya. I completely agree with you. With 5 minutes, you can probably not even scratch the surface. I understand, but at least the thoughts that you shared with us, the need to find ways to attract students, to have such international programs which open mindsets, and a whole host of things that NEP is now talking about. You spoke about social sciences, having to have more programs in humanities and social sciences. Yes, NEP is now talking about it. Again, the question is, how are we going to implement it? And how are we going to make it attractive to our students? I mean, the general impression is always, programs that humanities and social sciences was never seen too much as something that created employability options. But now I think that situation is changing with liberal arts getting more prominence. Thank you so much. We will come back to you with the second question. I will now go on to Dr. Rajesh Tandon. Dr. Tandon, your brainchild, participatory research, is a methodology that values the learnings from experiences under the mentorship of practitioners. You have undertaken a number of initiatives to promote engagement of institutions of higher education with civil society and local communities to foster knowledge generation and mutual learning. It will be interesting to hear your thoughts on how one could bring in the flavor of internationalization in projects that may be situated in local contexts. We'd love to hear your thoughts, Dr. Tandon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Venkatramani and colleagues, and thank you, Priyanka. Pleasure to be here. I want to start by giving you a story. 4 years ago in Delhi, there was a conference organized by UKRI to assess the progress made of poverty studies in the last 40 years. These studies were entirely funded by UKRI and related British UK funding agencies. And I was invited to attend, so I looked at the people who were presenting, and I discovered that all project directors of these research studies were eminent scholars based in UK, and they were studying poverty in South Asia, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, Caribbean, and around the world. The only question I asked them was, has any one of you been studying poverty in Liverpool or Birmingham, where just a few weeks before the conference, there were riots? The problem with internationalization is, and this has been brought out by your own experience, Dr. Venkatramani, that the global funding mechanism for such internationalization are the same: Erasmus, UKRI, and Fulbright. And therefore, all our students are thinking that best of experience comes from going to Europe, North America, and that's about it. I think that just because money is available, we should go and study in those contexts. Or should we not go to Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Korea even, or go to Sub-Saharan Africa? There is body of wisdom. I'm delighted that we have one Argentinian student here. Welcome. But as a country, we have no idea about Latin America just because they don't speak English, or just because they were not part of the colonial enterprise of UK. They were part of Spanish colonial enterprise and Portuguese colonial enterprise. So if internationalization of higher education for our students and faculty means one-way visit to Europe and North America, I would like more pandemics to happen every year so that there is no travel opportunity available to those places and people can learn from other countries. This is particularly important because if you look at who are the international students who Government of India scholarship and even your prestigious university Symbiosis brings, they are students who are coming from Global South. Now, the problem of knowledge, research, and careers is all intermixed in this internationalization. So the curriculum and pedagogy has to be such that we learn from diverse parts of the world and their wisdom. Before the European onset of current form of university system 550 years ago, which by the way coincided with the colonial enterprise, before that, the largest universities were of the Islamic world. They were in Cairo and they were in Marrakesh. they were not in North Europe and North America or Europe at that time. North America didn't even exist at that time. Our own institutions, So I feel that, because internationalization has been hooked to, on the one hand, finding opportunities, and on the other hand, to our students looking for, our faculty looking for collaboration, students looking for opportunities, go for higher studies, masters and PhDs. This one-way traffic with a narrow pathway to Europe and North America needs to be questioned. And it has nothing to do with knowledge not being available there. Yes, there is. I have also studied there. Many of my friends and colleagues are, but there is also knowledge available in the context. And if we truly want to build Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, then those of us who proclaim it must bring in our Vasudhaiva those Kutums which are not able to finance or not able to use the language that we are good at. So that is my appeal to you all. We can have a longer conversation on people's knowledge and participatory research. Time does not permit that right now. But I really want to raise this debate that internationalization of higher education, when I go to Canadian or American universities or European British universities, for them, internationalization of higher education has been primarily recruiting students from other countries. And that's not what it is. You have to learn from others if you want to. Priyanka said, diversity, learn. Professor Majumdar himself has been saying, well, there's one hell of a lot of diversity in Africa and Southeast Asia, and we can learn greatly from that. So let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh Tandon. God forbid, let there be no more pandemics. But let us, out of the learnings, I'm sure we will definitely be able to reach out to more regions, more countries, and learn from the wisdom. Dr. Tandon, will you be, you had mentioned about your time constraint. Will you be here for the second round, or can I ask the second question now itself?
Please do, because I have to leave for another engagement at 5 o'clock. So just please ask. I won't be able to. Yes. I don't want to disrupt your proceedings. I mean, you can continue as well.
So basically, the second question is related to the first observations that you made. We completely agree that every region has its own knowledge systems, and there's a lot to learn from the local wisdom. But then, do we have to take this, take it as two conflicting constructs, or can we not draw from all the, the wisdom of all regions, and not necessarily look at it as this or that? Can we think of integrating both? Will that be a good biomedium?
No. I'm not saying that this is better than that. I'm just saying that we don't know anything other than Europe and North America in this exchange. I haven't heard of any academic exchange between India and Indonesia, for example. I haven't heard any academic exchange south-south between India and Brazil. I haven't heard any academic exchange, whether students or faculty or both, with Cameroon or with Nigeria, even though Nigeria is...
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to tell you that yesterday we had all these discussions where we are collaborating with different regions, all the regions that you're talking about, and we really do want to connect with those universities and have exchange programs even with them. So completely take your point. Thank you.
No, so only point I want to make is that we need to, now that you refer to national education policy, you refer to, institutions like Symbiosis are pioneers in this, with the vision that Professor Majumdar and Dr. Vidya have carried forward. I think institutions like Symbiosis in India should mobilize resources, because it is a question of resources. The dominant ideas of our times are ideas of the dominant classes. Let us not forget that. Those who have money to fund research determine its agenda. Let's not be naive. Political economy of exchanges, international, are hooked to resource availability. So if national education policy is talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, if, as Priyanka said, we have discussed global citizenship framework, let institutions like Symbiosis come forward and say, let's find resources, let's go to some CSR and corporate philanthropists and say, please give us resources to build robust exchange of students and faculty between India and Africa, India and Southeast Asia. And that, to my mind, is the challenge. The challenge is not that we don't know them, we know them, but we don't have the resources that we deploy to make this as a sustainable, robust engagement. That is the question. Why African students come to Symbiosis is because government of India has encouraged that through its program in the past. And this needs to be done horizontally more and more with research and student exchange programs. That is the point I'm making. There is no contradiction.
Yeah.
We should go to Europe and North America, but we should not go only to Europe.
But thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Talmiz. We really look forward to continuing this conversation later. Thank you. I will now turn to our students. Anirudh, you are now studying in Tallinn University, Estonia, as a beneficiary of the Erasmus program. Please talk us through how you got this opportunity and the experiences that you will cherish, both in and outside the classroom, that is academic, social, cultural, all of that.
Thank you so much for having me here. Just for like an introduction as to what Erasmus program is basically the European Region Action Scheme for the mobility of university students. And this opportunity was mainly given to me by my university, who had a collaboration with Tallinn University, my department, since I'm studying Manipali, MA in European Studies. So I had this opportunity to actually they had a collaboration department and institutionally. So I got an opportunity in that manner. And when it comes to the academic experiences, it has been a pleasant experience for sure. And it's been a new learning almost every day. You learn something new, and it's been an exciting journey so far. Like a few things which I could observe when it comes to internationalization of higher education, which is quite essential since I'm studying education, and being a beneficiary of internationalization of higher education is something really interesting. One thing which I wanted to mention is the inclusiveness, the idea of inclusiveness in a classroom by the teachers, students, and even the administrators was really welcoming, I would say, when it comes to the Erasmus programs. And also they were the way they appreciate diversity within the classroom, the kind of discussions we've had, and trying to, for all of us to have an inclusive environment. So we have since Tallinn University is kind of an international university, so there are a lot of international students here. And it's really interesting to interact with people from different parts of the world, not only from people from Estonia itself. And when it comes to academic learning, so the pedagogy, which you can say that there is quite an emphasis on student-centered learning. So there's a lot of emphasis on how the material is being given to students, and not exactly kind of a spoon feeding as such, but then they'll probably recommend you few readings, and it's more related to discussion and how we see particular situations. So we have given scenarios where we discuss in the classes, and it's more practice-based, I would say, when it comes to the learning aspect. There has also been a class wherein it's called, instead of pedagogy, they used kind of a concept of andragogy, wherein there are like groups of people wherein we were together and we used to discuss about the course, and then we progressed about it. So it was really interesting to actually be involved in this particular thing, which I was not really used to before. But slowly I picked it up, and then I had really had a wonderful time with that. And when it comes to like another emphasis of academic experience, would be say, is that the emphasis over here with the education technology. So Estonia is one of the countries which is like leading when it comes to education innovation, and it is really interesting for me to how much importance they give when it comes to education and technology, and I wish to bring it back someday in one form or the other to India. Other than the academic experience, it has been a wonderful cultural exchange, just talking to people, understanding, for me, introducing about India and the diversity, language, cultures, and also learning from other parts of the world. So not just Europe, but also different parts of the world have also come in through different programs. So it's a really interesting way to learn. each, like the person and even the cultures. And it was also interesting that there's a lot of this inclusiveness and these student activities which are kind of not kind of organized by the Erasmus Student Network. So Erasmus Student Network is one of the largest student network, I would say, in Europe, and they have quite a huge network, and it's a really active platforms in different parts of universities, wherein they organize events, making sure that people are more welcomed, people get to meet new friends, and also experience the culture and the traditions of the particular city or the country which you are in. So
it will be interesting to know a little more about the technology, the education technology that you were talking about, which you found very unique. Maybe when we have the second round, we'll discuss about that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ahmad. I now move on to Aisha. You have been a beneficiary of the UK India Education and Research Initiative, the UKRI, virtual exchange between psychology students at SSLA and Bournemouth University, UK. Please share your experiences. I mean, with respect to your to this program. But what I would really like to know is what could have changed if you had to be there in person rather than have it virtual? And in what aspects did you think that it did not matter whether it was virtual or physical? So, Aisha, we'd like to hear your views on this.
Good evening. I'm Aisha John. I'm a fourth-year student at Symbiosis School for Liberal Arts. Before I begin, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be here today and to be engaged.
Aisha, can you? I think you're a little soft. Can you speak up a little?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Is it better now?
Yeah.
So I was a part of the UKRI exchange between SSLA Pune and Bournemouth University, UK. What I'd like to put across at this juncture is that I have never actually studied abroad or been a part of a semester exchange program in a foreign nation physically. But in my undergraduate experience at SSLA, I have benefited from numerous international collaborations in various forms that my university has been a part of. And ma'am, as you aptly asked, I often wonder if it would have been different, because we'd initially planned for 10 psychology students from Bournemouth to come to SSLA and vice versa. So the way I engaged with it was in my capacity as president of the SSLA Psychological Association. So it was mostly the facilitation. But what was most interesting was that our point of contact and the head of this project from Bournemouth University was actually a woman named Dr. Shanti Shankar. So she was from India, and it was just lovely to have her be teaching in the UK and being a bridge in herself, to be able to connect two cultures, to be able to talk about her experiences studying in India, but applying her skills. So as part of the UKRI exchange activities, we had a couple of different initiatives that were put forward. One of them was actually the UNESCO Story Circles, wherein we were all given different themes, varying themes, the 14 of us from India and the 10 of us from the UK, the 10 of them from the UK. And we would basically share our experiences based on, the cultural distinctiveness of our lives, our lived realities, and how we would reflect on that. But more importantly, we were also able to see how the same discipline, one that we believe is global and universal, was engaged with in so many different ways based on the culture we came from. At this point, I think it's important to realize that at the core of a liberal arts program is our interdisciplinary approach to every subject. So we want to see things from more than one perspective, from intersectional and intertwining perspectives. And of course, this is achieved in more ways than just curriculum design and the convergence of various subjects. It's careful pedagogical methods, it's the provision of good and diverse resources, the incorporation of open discussions. And I believe that at its crux, this is also what the internationalization of higher education seeks to and manages to achieve. So an interesting activity that seemed like it was seemingly simple, but we had a lot to take away from, is that students from the UK and students from India were made to watch one movie surrounding psychology from both sides. So the UK students watched Dear Zindagi, and we watched A Beautiful Mind. And we spoke about what were the things that we take for granted as something that's normal, something that's a part of our daily life, but that was eye-opening to them. And as students of psychology, we also saw that it was so strange for a lot of them to see the cultural barriers that came in the way of applications of psychological methods, both ways around, and more importantly, it was also interesting to see how the kind of internships they had, the kind of programs that they'd had, the kind of takeaways that they'd had from their colleges were so different from us, but also so alike. So in our differences and in our commonalities, I would believe is where we made the most of our headway. I don't think it would have been different if we were there together physically, of course, other than the fact that we'd be able to experience the culture physically and enjoy some of those experiences, as Anirudh had mentioned, in person, which I'm sure was, it's not something that, it's invaluable. But I think the most beautiful part of it being a virtual exchange is me being able to benefit from this program that would otherwise have not been possible for me. And also, more importantly, bringing to the limelight, this is along the lines of what Dr. Tandon had spoken about, which is that very often we think that only we have to learn from the existing dominant culture, whether it's the Western culture or what is pervasive in global discourse. But you also see what you're able to bring to the table, what you're able to contribute. And I think that was one of the most beautiful aspects of the UKRE exchange. And beyond this, I would just quickly like to mention that it goes beyond virtual exchanges as well. It's also the opportunities that we have, such as this, which is international conferences in conversation with so many esteemed guests from around the world, so many students, so many teachers, each with their own perspective. And similarly, we had we had a collaboration with Bournemouth University, UK, and DePaul University, Chicago, where we spoke about a cross-cultural dialogue on the changing nature of psychology in the pandemic. So we called it a Freudian slip. And it was so interesting to see how students like myself, who engage with the discipline on a daily basis, had around the world changed, and at the same period of time, changed the way and the manner in which we were engaging with our discipline. So we found that the way psychology was being applied, the challenges posed for the discipline in itself would be different, not only like in a culture specific way, but also in a domain specific way. And those are skills that we'd have to equip ourselves with, and we probably weren't prepared to before.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Listening to you, it was so heartening because your experience seems to have ticked all those, objectives that anyone would have wanted to achieve, any two universities would have wanted to achieve while they actually got into a collaboration. And another heartening point that you made is, it really doesn't matter. I thought you might say that I would have loved to be there in person, but you actually said that, no, it didn't matter too much. And you benefited just as much. And that's an important takeaway, because given all those, the resource crunch that you're talking about, given the inability to, travel so much, I think going forward, this is going to be the way in which most of internationalization will be happening. Thank you so much, Aisha. I'll come back to you. Thanks, Chiara, now we are very, very eager to hear you speak of your experiences. Also share, how do you think you'll be able to share your learnings with your friends when you return to your university and in your own way contribute to internationalization of higher education at your home university?
Greetings to you all. Thanks for the invitation.
Yes.
Will you share the presentation that I... Okay, great. Yeah, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks to all. I would like to introduce myself also with this presentation. I'm an advanced student in engineering in natural renewable resources at National University of Cuyo, which is located in Mendoza, Argentina. Next, please. The next one, please.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. I would like to talk a little bit about my academic experience. I was an exchange student these past few months in the University of Arkansas, which is located in North America, thanks to a Fulbright scholarship, which was fully funded. So I would like to thank that also. Economy and energetic transition in sewage treatment in Mendoza, which is nowadays a big issue because we are facing as a province water crisis. So it is really important to found these kind of projects. Also, I'm a representative student in the Engineering and Natural Renewable Resources Council in a subcommission of insertion in the labor environment, which is really important because what I can share with the rest of the group is about the opportunities that we have as future engineers in the abroad. Also, I was a research intern in the improvement of the Andean potato crop in collaboration with the genetics department, which is also really important because we take into account this important crop, the Andean potatoes, which is known as the treasure of South America. Also, I'm a volunteer at the Argentina Association of Students of Industrial Engineer as the environmental management coordinator, which is also something really important because we collaborate with other students from different areas. And it is really important to communicate with them for sharing and for giving them our perspective in the environmental dimension. And finally, I was a volunteer in the Economic, Environmental, and Social Advisory Council in the Commission of Water and Sanitation in the place where I live, in representation of my university, in which I work with governors and also with other professionals, researchers, and more fields. Next one, please. So studying abroad gave me a lot of experiences and new experiences and also new skills. Some of the things I learned there in my short instance in the United States was that about improving my abilities of communication in a different language, which is always a challenge for us as students. It was really enrichful for me. Also getting to know other cultures. As a student in natural resources, diversity is a word that is really meaningful for us, not just biodiversity, but also cultural and getting to know other people. And diversity in all its dimension is really important for us because that's the way that we can commit ourselves and getting to know other perspectives for giving a solution to an outcome and also for other global issues such as climate change. Also, gaining adaptability and problem-solving skills was something really important to us because we were alone there. We were just a group of 10 Argentinian students. We didn't know each other before traveling, and also we didn't know the American culture, which is quite different from Argentinian. So it was quite a challenge. Finally, identifying opportunities for future alliances of collaboration and expanding our vision about future educational opportunities that sometimes when you don't travel abroad or you don't exactly know the opportunities that you have there or in the field that you're involved in is really important. So it was quite enrichful. Next one, please.
The next slide, please.
Great. Finally, which are the future challenges that I think that at least Argentinian universities have, and some of the suggestions that are, in my opinion, really important to take into account is about increasing awareness of the possibilities available. Sometimes students really want or are really interested in these kind of opportunities, but the thing is that they do not know them. I didn't know this kind of scholarship until some person told me about it and I decided to apply. Greater equity in opportunities for studying abroad. In contrast with what Professor was recently saying, here students are really intended to travel abroad and to continue their studies, but sometimes financial issues is a limitation for us. So that is something that has to be taken into account. More spaces for interaction between past exchange students and future candidates. It is really important to take this into account because This is the way that you encourage to others to expand their education. Until they do not know people who have experienced that recently or in the past, they do not want to get involved maybe, or they so enrichful. Greater accompaniment in the application process. This is really important. Sometimes you just do not know where to start, and it's something frustrating, and a lot of people just leave it behind because they do not know where to start. And finally, development of new exchange programs with other countries as well, which is a really important point to take into account. Next slide, please. So thanks for your attention. And these are some of the friends I made there in America. The one that it's there, I can share. I showed you pictures with my friend from Spain and from South Arabia, from Myanmar, also from Britain, and from different parts of the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. Looks like you've made some very good friends for life. The challenges, the very fact that you identified challenges would mean that you would now take it forward and take it upon yourself to be able to disseminate this information for for other students in your university. And I think you've made a very valid point that we should also look at new opportunities, new universities to have such exchange programs, which is something that resonates with what Dr. Rajesh Chandran had also mentioned. Thank you so much, Chiara. We'll come back to you for the next round.
Thank you.
I now move on to Dr. Madhu Chitkara. Ma'am, you are the Pro-Chancellor of the Chitkara University, and as a university leader, we'd like to understand from you how, with the NEP's new and renewed focus on internationalization of higher education, how has Chitkara University, responded to that? In terms of mobility, collaborations for research or academic programs. How has your university responded to it? Are you giving priority to any one aspect, or we'd like to hear your views?
Thank you, Professor. I think well said by all my students there. All the three told about their experience with the international universities and how that immersion program helped them out to have some of the skills which they got it from other collaborations. So in our case, in Chitkara University, I will give you one example. It's a case study, and it was appreciated by everybody. And it is actually a part of NEP also, which we were doing it for the last 10 years. So what actually is a case study that it's very difficult for our Indian students to go abroad and get some type of coordination with the professors there, or going to those universities because of the pressure that they cannot pay that fees. So in return, what we did that, since we have a collaboration with 200 plus international universities across the globe, so we organized Global Week for our students, and it's a regular feature for the last 2 years because of the pandemic. It also went very well in a virtual mode, but we organize those global weeks for our students in our campus, where the faculty from all the international partners visit our university. As actually they visit our university, they stay here for 1 week and they take one module. It's not only one program, it is across our programs. We have all the 14 schools and they are coming for all the schools. So university faculty becomes the faculty buddy for the foreign faculties, and then they teach our students across the university. Now, what we have noticed and what was the outcome, it was that there was a great platform which we gave it to our students, and the faculty was involved with them. There was an engagement, and there was a trust between the two. And in our 12th Global Week, which happened into the pandemic, it was on a virtual mode. And result was that our students have started doing the research with those faculty members, and there are some joint research projects. There are some patents done by our faculty and with the global faculty. So one example is that in our business school, we have a global business week where faculty members from University of Osnabrück came to our campus. There was a change management and there was module where the students, 30 students from University of Osnabrück came to our campus along with the 2 faculty members, and our faculty members and the students were part of it. So they worked together and there was a result, there was a research paper on it. So and accordingly, those type of collaborations are giving so many patents, so many research papers, and that mobility of our students, because physically it was not possible for them to go abroad, as well said by one of the students. They said that sometimes when we went there, the experience was good, but it was not possible for them to stay back. But if it is a regular feature, and NEP is saying that internationalization of education in our university is a very important factor which we have to follow. So I think in that way, their immersion with our programs have given us so much of great benefit to our students as well as to our faculty members. So they were able to get the feel of internationalization sitting in their own university. So I think this was outcome of that, and it's a part of NEP also.
Yeah, that's a good practice to follow. What I would also like to understand is, you spoke about these international faculty coming to your university, now maybe virtually, but earlier they used to come.
Yes, physically.
So did the international faculty and your faculty actually sit and co-create programs, or was it that they came and taught, and so they had a module that they taught and went, or did the faculty come together to co-create and co-teach the program?
Yes, so it was a very good question asked by you, Professor. I was just thinking that you will ask this, that they co-created the curriculum when they were talking about the content of that particular module. And the best part was that it was evaluated by both the main professor from the international university and the buddy from our university. So they both of them sat together, they talked about, and it took them at least 2 months to talk about that what type of curriculum or what type of content is to be taken during this module, and it should give the benefit to our students and the faculty also. And the resultant was so good that they came up with some of the research papers where one student from that particular class, the one faculty member, those who were doing the role of buddy for that international professor and the international professor, they came up with a great idea where one paper, one research paper of that international level came up, and that was distributed amongst all the students, and it was their case study only. So we have came up with a publication where their ideas, their results came up, and they came up with a Center of Excellence also, which was the product of their collaboration. And I think you were talking about the Erasmus, ma'am, you were part of it. Yeah. So we also came up with that Erasmus Plus projects, where the symbiosis was also part of it. So that was a result of these collaboration, where we were part of the University of Latvia, and then one was symbiosis, one was us, and one was the University of Pondicherry. So that was the result of when we were collaborating with each other, and they were giving us the results.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Chitkara. I will now start with the second round with Chiara. So this question can be answered by any of the students. We're just curious to know, see, when you set out for these exchange programs, you all would have had certain expectations in your mind. So whether it was a UKV program or the Erasmus or the Fulbright, you all went with certain expectations. But somewhere during the program, did you ever feel that, okay, I wanted that, but that's not a priority anymore. That's actually quite trivial. Something else that I did not really want, I did not expect, is actually more important and more has gained priority. Any such revelation that you all want to share with us? Maybe Aisha can start.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Honestly, I think because it was a virtual exchange, I didn't go into it with a lot of expectations of, rather, there's nothing specific with which I entered into the same. I do think that there were a variety of topics that were covered, and in fact, it went a little bit beyond my expectations because small activities with the UNESCO story circles was definitely eye-opening. But also, there was this one particular module that stood out specifically, which was on counseling practices, which was taken by Dr. Gayatri Kotbagi and Dr. Shanti Shankar from SSLA and Bournemouth, respectively. And I think one thing that we definitely tend to overlook, not because it's trivial, but because we definitely think that we can work beyond it, is the fact that so often the way in which we can engage with a discipline is both limited and enhanced by the culture that we come from and the ways in which this discussion is carried forward in our culture. So I do believe that while it is noble on our part for wanting to definitely integrate cultures and to talk about where we have our commonalities and where we have our differences, it's also very important to realize that in a country as diverse as India, not just in terms of, say, I don't know, our linguistics or our religious diversity, but in terms of class and caste and the different regions in which people live with, something such as mental health must be tackled very, very, very precariously that maybe the UK would not have to tackle with in the same way. And they had spoken about an initiative they're taking forward called Sheetal Astitva, which was so amazing. And it was actually something that I was very glad that we brought to the forefront. So even though this was initially something that I thought that we could have covered more, I do think that by bringing this initiative to the forefront, we're also sorry, before that, I must let you know what the initiative is about. So basically, Sheetal Astitva is about making mental health care more accessible to those living not in urban areas, more towards the rural regions, and basically empowering women and enhancing their skills to deal with mental health challenges that might come their way. And a very important point that was brought up was the fact that very often we don't have it within our language itself to describe an experience such as, say, anxiety. We might describe the physical symptoms of it, but we don't actually go on to tackle it head on unless we have particular linguistics that can cover it. So I think anything that we lack in terms of actually touching upon the diversity that various countries have with them, we can bring forward by inculcating students in activities like this, in letting them know that there are such opportunities, there are NGOs that are working towards such causes, and that on the grassroots, the reality is very different from like the dominant conversation and the dominant discourse that prevails, not just in India, but the picture that we put forward. So definitely focus on that a little bit more would change the way we learn and benefit from such programs.
Thank you so much, Aisha. I will now move on to Aniruddha. Would you want to answer the same question, but maybe in the context of the war that happened and the support systems that you built for yourself? What experience has taught you?
Yes, absolutely. I would like to add a couple of things for sure. To answer the first question as to what was expected and what did not happen. So I think one of my first interactions or experiences was the number of classes which we had. A number of hours we spend in a classroom is much lesser when you compare to India, and I think that gives a kind of a lot of freedom for students to actually have the self-learning emphasis, and also give them provide an opportunities to work as well as study at the same time. So I think that was one of the observations wherein I found like my friends were actually working when they were not in class, whereas so they also gain experience while they are studying at the same time. And then we don't have, like in India, we have this problem that we have a lot of time which is spent in the class, and we don't have exactly the time which we can dedicate to work after that. And of course, the another major learning was how people become united in the times of trouble. With the unfolding of the Ukrainian situation and Estonia being a border of Russia, the role of universities and even the country had completely changed. And they quickly adapted to this. wherein the universities welcomed the the students to actually continue their studies whose studies were interrupted because of the war. So we have a lot of Ukrainian students now in our university, and they've made sure that they are well accommodated. And students also volunteered, and I was like, it was an honor to be also a part of and volunteering to help the Ukrainian students with and families to actually further food, shelter, and even the basic necessities in that sense. And a few students actually volunteered to even share their space, their living space, with the Ukrainian students. So I think that unity among people when in the troubled times is something which I really learned, and it's been really enriching.
Yeah, and it must have given you a sense of, confidence that you know how to handle such situations. They're life skills that you actually apply. Thank you so much, Anita. Chiara, do you want to share anything about this now? Do you have anything else to share with us in the context of the question that I asked?
Yes, I would say that before traveling, I thought, or my expectations were that I was going to learn more academic content. But actually, when I came back to my country, I realized that I had learned more about soft skills, about the ones that I was telling you before, about adaptability and getting involved with other cultures, and flexibility, and finding solutions to problems, and facing language challenges. So that was one of the expectations that weren't actually the way I expected.
But you were happy with what happened, right? So you're not too disappointed about not having that much academic.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chiara. I will now request Professor Priyanka Upadhyaya. Can you please share with us your experiences regarding internationalization of higher education, and how how one can nurture student and institutional relationships? You have such rich experience, and we've come to the end of this discussion, and so we'd like you to talk about that and sum it up for us.
I think there is, thank you so much for it. It's been, I was listening to especially the very young participants very intently, and there is no one size fit all thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you that in Varanasi or Banaras, a lot of students from North America and other parts, Latin America and other places, they come here to get a flavor of the culture. And I think somewhere we should also encourage the extra university activities as much. I mean, a lot of these students, and numbering in 100 now over 40 years, I know they have made lifelong connections with the city, with the culture, with the music. So this is one aspect that keeps on inspiring me. In fact, and it's strange, I mean, the present head, or I don't know, he's left now, Adam Grotsky, was a cultural exchange student at Fulbright. I'm talking about Fulbright Commission at Banaras Hindu University, and then we reconnect. So it's a very lively thing. One thing that I would very strongly recommend is to develop a very workable alumni kind of situation, wherein students come spend time with you. We should have a framework, a stronger framework, to keep connected with them, because they are our best ambassadors. When they return to their countries, they are the ones who encourage other students, and they are the ones actually who advise us. And I think to that extent, this evaluation part is whether we are able to do it with our own students or not. But with the students coming from the international students, we should have a very, we should insist on evaluating us, what facilities are lacking, what do they want to do. That will enrich and empower our institutions to host these students much better. So there is a lot to share, a lot to learn. We are ending this year with this UNESCO's Decade of Rapprochement of Culture. And I think one of the very strong component of this decade, UN Decade for Rapprochement of Culture, is through the young minds, young people. They are the ones who would do away with the prejudices that the different generations have done. So thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this so lively discussion, and hope to carry on this discussion, conversation in future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Upadhyaya. Actually, when you spoke about alumni, I'd like to borrow our Chancellor's words. He always calls our alumni our goodwill ambassadors. So yes, we agree with you, and we look forward to continuing this conversation on other platforms also. Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of this panel discussion. I thank you all. I thank all the panelists for this wonderful session, and hand over the forum to Dr. Ruchi for the Q&A and the summing up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhama. I think Dr. Upadhyay called the session very lively, and the last session of the conference to be so lively. I think that's like such a great emotion to end the conference on. But Dr. Bhama, thank you for so seamlessly, integrating one session in one talk to the other, and thank you for making it so interactive. I think the entire audience would agree with it, and I think I would say that it was a very inspiring session in many ways, because personal narratives are so powerful that you are able to think about a subject, an issue beyond the larger dimensions of policy and how it gets executed and everything, because you think that actually it changes lives. It matters to people at individual levels, at the level of community, and the kind of communities and groups it's able to then facilitate. So thank you, Dr. Bhama. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for anchoring this extremely lively discussion. To Dr. Tandon, who left the session early because of some other work, I think what he brought in was an extremely critical thought process to the entire discussion, about the whole concept of decolonializing the internationalization of higher education conversation and what it means. But in addition to that, I think Dr. Priyankar Upadhyay, I thought he really inspired me with how he was looking at this whole idea of students who come to our universities from other countries, and students who go from our country to other universities. I think in a lot of ways, they are such a captive group, and they have come in for that experience. And I think that is where the moral responsibility of creating that very holistic experience for them falls on us who call ourselves nurturers and teachers, and the whole collaboration therefore becomes very significant. I think Dr. Chitkara gave us a very, very pragmatic, practical sort of an overview of the direct experiences that they had in terms of working with international universities, both with faculty and students. And I think those examples are always extremely important as to how it works on the ground. I think this session belongs to Aisha, Kiara, and Anirudh in so many ways, because it is them, their motivation, the energy, the commitment, and the focus they bring to these experiences that make them worth what they were, put in place for. And I think for that conversation, Anirudh, Kiara, and Aisha, I think thank you so much for being so honest and candid. And we don't have a lot of questions from the audience, because I think this is not an opportunity to ask you questions. I think this was an opportunity for all of us to engage with you. And, we can set, I always tell this to a lot of colleagues, that we have these ideas of student interest in our heart. We sincerely work towards it. But at the end of it, is the stakeholder, the student, as much a part of it? And the student thinks that it is for their benefit or not. I think that's the conversation we need to have. And I think symbiosis in that sense is this amazing environment. It stands true to its name, symbiosis, always, where every year these panels are created where teachers and students come together, to have those very open conversations. I hope the next year, and if Dr. Vidya and Professor Anita are all here, if we kind of can have this conversation somewhere sitting here in our amphitheater and call it a fireside chat, I think it'll just be amazing to have you all together and then kind of fire up this inspiring conversation. But on that note, I thank Dr. Vidya, Dr. Gupte, Dr. Anita, for giving me this opportunity to just be a part of this discussion in more organic ways rather than keeping my camera switched off. I am very, very grateful to Dr. Bhama for creating such an environment for such a lively discussion. Thank you to Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Dr. Upadhyay, Dr. Tandon, Aisha, Kiara and Anirudh for being such active participants in the session, and to all these nice, lovely people in the audience who were engaging on the chat box. And you all have a great day. Anita, over to you. Thank you.
Give me 2 minutes to change from Dr. Bhama to Anita, and while I'm just making that change, I'm going to try and see whether Dr. Pani has joined us. So just give me half a second, because we're going to do a very quick, we never do a formal wrap-up. We have a very informal Ghar Ke Jaisa family-like wrap-up conversation. So just give me half a second to see whether Dr. Pani from AIU has joined us or not. Yes, he has. Wonderful. Hello, sir. So you're muted, sir.
Yes, I'm unmuted now, ma'am, and good afternoon and hello to everybody. I have joined.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So 1 second. So Dr. Pani, is our go-to research expert at AIU, and along with the president and Dr. Pankaj, he works very actively with us. I'm very happy that on behalf of AIU, he is here. Dr. Pani, if you could say a few words to all our participants. Dr. Pani has been traveling for work and therefore has been coming in and off through the sessions, and he's been catching up with it and with me. As you know, Dr. Pani, 47 countries have been represented at this, and all the states of India. So all these participants have been here. So please, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anita, and my other participants and the panelists. It is indeed a pleasure and a wonderful opportunity to be a speaker to address the gathering here right now. In fact, as I understand, let me congratulate Symbiosis International University for carving a niche for itself. In fact, this is probably the 5th or 6th international conference we are organizing together jointly with AIU and Symbiosis. And all those other conferences have been very, very enriching, very, very effective. And this year theme, especially the interregional cooperation, this is extremely important in view of the fact that, see, I know lots of things have been transpired in the last 3 days of conference. Many experts have spoken nitty-gritty of the things, and all the dimensions must have been covered. I do not want to repeat many of the things, but only I have a few points to share with the things. See, interregional cooperation now is fundamental to achieve the objective and mission of this internationalization of higher education. Reason being, let me tell you, some of our old universities, those who have already tried to catch up with the trend of internationalization, they are doing a little bit well. But in case of the newly established institutions, they are really having a little bit of problems because they do not have understanding, they do not have international you can say infrastructure and the curriculum and everything. So they find it easy to go first interregional cooperation, and that will enhance their in-house, you can say, capacity building for going into the full-fledged internationalization of higher education. So the theme chosen for the conference deliberation, I really appreciate and admire. This is a good one. We have been doing on several themes. Probably last year we did it on internationalization in-house, and some other themes we have done it marvelously. And on this theme particularly, my stake is only the theme. The thing is that interregional cooperation is extremely important before going for the full-fledged international, because in interregional cooperation and networking, we find many similarities so far as educational trends and priorities are concerned. So therefore, speaking on this occasion, I think many experts have already transpired. They have given very good ideas to promote the interregional cooperation. And I have no much stake on this aspect. But so far as the research is concerned, especially the teaching, and if we segregate the teaching, learning activities and the research and networking, collaboration, all other activities, I think in all the mode, in all the way, interregional cooperation is extremely important. And given the time we are passing through right now, we are passing through a very, very opportune time, because the National Education Policy 2020 has already given a pointed reference for the international cooperation and internationalization, everything. And the policy has envisioned inviting 100 top universities in the world to India and sending our top 100 universities to there. And to begin with, nothing more can be more effective than the interregional cooperation and interregional networking and interregional working together, because we share many things that are common. So this point, making this point only, I thank Dr. Anita, Madam Dr. Vidya, and all our other panelists for giving this nice opportunity to be here and to share a little bit of ideas with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pani. As always, you are a great support for us. Let me quickly just wrap up this year's IIT. We began with the roundtable, learnings from associations and networks that were incredibly important, especially for all of us in India, as AIU is set to launch our very own international network for internationalization of higher education.
Madam Dr. Anita, yes. Madam Dr. Anita, just permit me 1 second more.
Yes,
just
sir,
share, yes. I think Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Mittal, our Secretary General must have already shared. And you know, Dr. Anita and Dr. Vidya Madam, they have contributed much in establishing INNI, Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education. That is one of the pioneering initiatives taken by AIU, and with the help of Madam Anita, Madam Dr. Vidya, and Dr. Raghu. There are so many people, those who are on board. They have been marvelously contributing to establish of INNI. INNI, the international network, it is going in the similar way. The way other networks are functioning all over the world. And we have picked up 10, 15 in our glossary. And similar way, this INNI network is going to first establish its credibility by enhancing the cooperation at the regional level. And thereafter, we can go beyond the regional collaboration and everything. This is just a small piece of information. I believe Madam Dr. Pankaj and yes. Dr. Anita, all of you must have shared with our participants. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj.
Thank you.
Day one yesterday saw excellent deliberations after our inaugural session on a range of themes, from the need for advancing South-South-North dialogues in higher education, interregional cooperation from an East-East and ASEAN perspective, and then rounding off with a very interesting conversation with the Right Honorable Joe Johnson on a number of topics relevant to India, Indian higher education, NEP. Of course, this depended upon and based upon his own experiences in India as well as in Asia. And then how can we learn from the UK and the changes that they are making in the higher education sector? Today, the second day began with an insightful discussion on knowledge diplomacy. And we realized that there is a difference between diplomacy and soft power. The second track had a very comprehensive talk by the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Dr. R.K. Ranjan Singh. We then focused on how to collaborate better with our neighbors, which we obviously must do. After the launch of the Symbiosis Center for India-Australia Studies, we then heard discussions related to opportunities in this area. IT always likes to conclude with very real student and faculty voices, as honestly speaking, they are the ones who actually live the realities in the ecosystem that we create for them. And we heard these experiences in the last session. Let me, on behalf of Dr. Vidya and Amruta and the entire team at IIT SCI, say thank you from the bottom of our hearts to all the 40 speakers who shared very generously of their experiences, their knowledge, their expertise, many of them joining in virtually at ungodly hours from across the globe. Many of these connects were possible through the good offices of our international and national partners. You have all given us much to consider and discuss in the days to come. We at Symbiosis, of course, are thankful to AIU for being a partner in our mission to support the internationalization of Indian campuses and the curricula, not just at Symbiosis institutes and campuses, but across the country. And this year, we thank Aubrial Global and SEPC for their steadfast support. We are humbled by the response that we have got from all of you. From across the world, participants from 47 countries have joined in during these last 3 days, and almost all the states of India, faculty and staff who've joined in and participated well during this conference. It's your response that makes IHE a success, and we thank you for always supporting our IHE conferences. And right at the very end, let me say that the past 2.5 days have flown by seamlessly, literally seamlessly, for especially Amruta and myself. I think primarily because of this amazing team that we have here. I don't know how they do it, but they manage to smile at all times, at all hours, through all the work that comes their way. Let me just very briefly, with your, indulge me please, to thank them. Madhav in the Office of the Pro-Chancellor, Vidya and the Office of the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Amit and his entire IT team, Shikha, Praful, Meetu, and Bhavna, and everyone who works at SP Road and at Lovelake campus, all my colleagues throughout Symbiosis, who I won't use the word bully on a formal platform, but they're just a phone away. And therefore, they've come in to help us, to do research, to be chairs, to be moderators, to support us in so many ways. And last but not the least, the entire SCIE team. Let me mention specifically Nidhi, Mrunal, Akshay, Bhakti, Swati, Mansi, the entire team. So Amruta and I thank you all once again on behalf of the Chancellor, Professor Dr. S. Sundar, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, and the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Rajni Gupte. Thank you so much for making these past 3 days extremely informational and insightful. And like I said, lots of food for thought on how we can look at the years to come and how we can look at internationalization of higher education and how we can begin in regions that we maybe have not been interacting and engaging with so well. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. For those who are celebrating Easter Sunday, have a wonderful Easter. For everyone else, probably a good day to relax a little bit after the last 2.5 days that we've worked. Thank you all so much. Extremely humbled by all your responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Anita, and thanks everybody. It was really a wonderful experience to be here. Thank you so much. Can I leave, Madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for joining. I know you are so busy, but you managed to come.
No, in fact,
extremely.
I'll travel. I'll start my travel now. I just postponed my ticket.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Yeah. Because it was not good to travel because I may not be getting good signal. So I stayed here, completed the job, now moving.
Yeah. And now that the official program is over, let me say my own little thanks to 3 incredible people. If I was a student, I don't know whether I would have had the courage to stand up so eloquently, on this platform with experts and, from all over the world. But Anirudh, Kiara, and Ayesha, brilliant job. And thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. Very different experiences, but so much for us to learn as faculty and as staff members who deal with internationalization. So thank you. A special thank you to the 3 of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I hope to see you all again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.